Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I am your host, GameChanger. So every now and again, you get a reasonably large YouTuber, a successful YouTuber, let's call him that, who decides to take shots at Passport Bros. And basically what they do is they jump on the bandwagon of insulting brothers. They just join the police force that everyone else does, and it's nothing new, and they do it for obvious reasons. Alpha Male Strategies did it. I think Fresh and Fit did it to a small extent at one point, but many YouTubers do it. They're like, no, you need to not try to follow their lifestyle. You need to follow my lifestyle. And this just, it's because it's an interrupt to the formula. And the formula is, in many cases, says fake it till you make it. And the whole goal in making it is you should want to be like me. That's what they're selling to the world. You should want to be like me. It's the same as when I was a kid. They used to have, like, right after Saturday morning cartoons, they would have these guys with the get rich quick schemes. And it's like, hey, would you like to drive a car like me? Would you like to live in a mansion like me? Well, for $249.99, I can teach you exactly how to be like me. Anton Daniels is, in my opinion, and I could be very wrong because I don't really watch him like that. I watch his shorts, but he is the epitome of that. He's the modern version of that. And they all have this same thing. They all have this sense of, if you are not living the life you want, it's your fault, and it's because you haven't done the things that I will tell you or I will sell you. You have to follow me, mimic me, imitate me every way you can, and then one day you will get the results that I get. They're selling on that principle, kind of like a golf pro. If a person is good at golf, then you have all of these other people who surrounds him, looks at what he does, looks at what club he uses in what situation, and mimics what he does. Maybe that works for golfers, but I can tell you that in real life, things rarely, if ever, work out that way. Put it like this. Let's think of like extraordinarily successful people and what they did. And I'm not talking about like people like this is his first generation being wealthy. A extraordinarily wealthy person has become wealthier because he used his extraordinary wealth to invest in something, and one of his investments looked up. You can't mimic that unless you were also born extraordinarily wealthy. So let's just scratch that off the table. And then let's pick some of the other guys. Mark Zuckerberg, for example. Mark Zuckerberg, as the story goes, he was a student in Harvard. One day, Winklevoss twins comes up to him. They're now the co-founders of Bitcoin. They come up to him with an idea, with $1 billion idea. And but they can't develop it. So they were going to pay him to develop it. But instead, he took the $1 billion idea for himself and became who we've seen today. Can he teach that? Can he teach going to Harvard, being in the right place at the right time, and seizing the opportunity when it's presented itself? He can't really teach that. And then if you look at the movie The Founder, where and I don't know if this is how McDonald's was founded, but basically, he was selling milkshakes to restaurants. And then he found McDonald's, and he had all of the connections to the right people to make it into a nationwide and later worldwide franchise. Can he teach that? The Rockefellers, Henry Ford, on and on. On and on. These are things that can't rightly be replicated. And this goes with most every wealthy person's situations. It's not something that you teach in class. Like you have a class full of 100 students, and that 100 students just are wealthy. I know it seems like that, but it most certainly isn't. So that's how I always viewed him, and I never really had a reason to bring that to you guys' attention. Once again, I don't know his body of work. I don't even know how he came across his money. I know that he started off on the Lapid network as a wealthy individual, and his success now, he calls his fans the bag chasers, which means that they are trying to emulate him in a fashion I just described. So that's Anton Daniels. That's my understanding of him. Someone, Cortez, sent me a link to something that he said about the Passport Bros. And I was like, huh, that's very weird considering what I understand about the other portion of his body of work. And it's really weird what he was saying. And I'm going to get into, I'm going to share that with you as it pertains to, how can I say this? Business understanding. Because my understanding of him was that he's a businessman and he's teaching other people how to be businessmen. And part of what he's teaching is economics, economic principles, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how I understood his life, his body of work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the things that he said in the upcoming video that I'm going to share with you is not a way that I would think a businessman would think, because it goes against the principles of free market. Okay, I gotta show you. I could show you better than I could tell you, because it's a little flustering because it's so different and out there. But before I do that, while I cue that up, let me read some of your comments and then we'll get into it. Hit the like button, people. Hit that like button. All right. Jeff, yo, what's up? What's up? Okay, it says like the live on the way in. Yes, please do that. Please do that. What up? What up? All right, what up, Azrael? Okay, it says MJ says, why are married men like Anton worried about what single men do? Well, he wants single men to try to follow in his footsteps, or at least the alleged footsteps that he is setting out for him. I mean, if men were following his footsteps, they would be married to his wife. So, I mean, yeah, that's why. I mean, people look at Passport Bros as people who are following a trend. In a very real way, they are. You know, I don't really see anything wrong with that as long as it's not a bad trend. However, people who look for followers want people to follow them. Okay, it says worried about what single men do. All right, let's see. Anton thinks he's some authority on how black men need to be moving. Yeah. I a lot of men fall into that category. I do think that it's okay to be that authority when a person or a group of people is moving poorly. But I don't think Passport Bros are doing that. So we'll discuss that. If a rich man gets married, he's dumb. Hmm. Okay. Interesting point. I can't say I entirely disagree with that. The man telling black men to not be Passport Bros are short-sighted. Black men can't afford to cut off avenues to decent, respectable women. Absolutely. And we're definitely going to get into that in details. I saw this video. Anton is a whole clown. Well, it's funny because Alpha Male Strategy did the same thing. He got some backlash and he was like, oh, wait a minute. Then he retracted. Because, maybe the same will happen with Anton. Who knows? because dirty, he's dirty macking. This is for his audience. Yeah, exactly. How many thousands of people are actually passport bros looking for a long-term relationship? Well, of course, I don't have an exact count of that, but the truth of the matter is, it don't matter. You see, a person, passport bro or otherwise, isn't obligated to look for what you think that they should be looking for. If they are looking for, a lineup of BJs from thick, light skinned women, then so be it. Whatever they're looking for, they'll find it better overseas than they will here, including love, marriage, baby carriage, white picket fence, and all that jazz. So it really don't matter what they're looking for. The thing is that they can't find it here and they can find it there. Because it's trendy to talk ish about passport bros for content. Well, it's eliminating competition. It's eliminating competition. You see a movement, the competition thing. I mean, it's why the Romans, um, made lion food out of the original cross people. It's why they did that. They seen the competition for a belief system that eventually took over, but it was a threat prior to that. Like when the cross people first came, they was like, "Oh, we got to put a stop to this," and they actually, put a stop to their chieftain, you know, to to King Cross. Let's call him that. They put a stop to King Cross. That didn't work, so they're like, "Okay, we got to put a stop." And then eventually, they're like, "You know something? Um, this is what the people want, so we're going to get down with the program," and that's why the Vatican is now in Italy, or has always been in Italy. So, yeah, it's a real thing. When people see a competition to a belief system that they control, and the belief system that Anton Daniels control is to chase the American dream in America, then yeah, it's going to be like that. Okay. Anton's just creating content. At one point, he was in support. Then he flip flops and goes full anti passport bro. Yeah, I'm wondering if what he said, because what he likes to do is he likes to do lives, and he does cutouts from those lives, which I believe that that's what he's doing here. It is possible that that something happened with the individual passport bro, and he's just attacking the whole group. That's what it seems like it might be, and this is just a cutout of that. Could be, could be. I wouldn't set that past anyone. What's going on? Oh, what's going on? I can never pronounce your name. Zakana. So what's going on? I consider Anton a troll. Well, I maybe. I mean, I classify trolls as different, but in the general scheme of things, he does look for negativity. He does, he humans have a negative bias, and he preys on that. I see some of his headlines, a lot of them is political, and he's one of those ha 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 ha, you're deported, your kids are gonna starve, ha 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 type person. Um, which of course I don't agree with, which is why you don't see stuff like that here. And it's not that I'm pro or anti-immigration, it's just that I don't I don't take pleasure in the misery of others. Though I'm a sadist, not that type of sadist. So, and nor do I think it's good content to cater to those who do. So, yeah, I did notice that about him. Happy holidays, Ray. Peace to you. He even looks like a troll. Okay, okay. Um, I know it all. People don't know how dumb they are. Oh, know it all. People don't know how dumb they are. Hmm. Well put. Anton got his money through inheritance, so I've been told. Yeah, I've been told something similar. I don't really want to spread rumors because I don't know. But yeah, I mean, so if so, he's teaching a lifestyle that can't be replicated unless people have wealthy parents that are on their way out, so which I don't. At least I hope not, 'cause I love my mom and dad. But, hold on. There's actually a video of Anton in public paying for hugs from random strangers, so I don't understand, how we have a problem with, paper plane when he's going yeah. I didn't know that there was a video like that. I don't but yeah, this he's a content creator, as am I. All right, let's get into what he has to say on this subject matter. Hit the like button, people.
At some point, somebody got to give you some real insight and information about who in you.
Oh, I could tell that he's talking about, because he's talking in the singular, that he's talking about an individual. So I guess some passport bro got into, got on his bad side, and now he's making comments like this. Unfortunately, you're attacking a belief system, and those who believe in that system are going to push back. That's why I'm having this stream now.
Keep on experimenting, going from city to city, sleeping with God knows what. You think that you can find.
Again, is shaming, going from city to city, sleeping with God knows who, and blah, 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 blah. I could tell you that that is better than not going to city, sleeping with God knows who. I could tell you that much. Like, you have to present a reasonable and eligible alternative.
So I can go and talk to some women. Player that ain't
never been player. Okay, well, thanks for the 1992 flashback. I greatly appreciate the nostalgia of that. I haven't heard that in a while. That ain't never been player. You ain't no player. Okay, I haven't heard that one in a very, very, very long time. Okay. Wow. So I guess if you do this, you're not a player. I don't think that passport bros are concerned on how to be a player. I think that those days are over. I mean, the game has changed. Shout out to me. The game has changed. Why are you going to listen? I play chess. I used to do it a lot more when I was younger. But life started life, and then I couldn't play it as much as I like now. I don't think I ever played twice with somebody who flipped over the board. The game is that now. It used to be a game of strategy that men played with women, and that's what it was. Now you're just playing a game where women just flip over the board and say, I won. Why would you play? Why would you play with that? Do women still want to play? Oh, absolutely. They could go online, Tinder, Bumble, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, swipe left all day and win. And you could swipe right all day and lose. There is no game. That's not a game anymore. That's not, there's no fun in that. It's like going to a casino where the machines are rigged. You just stop playing at some point because you're not actually playing a game. You're just giving them money.
Where the game is switched to where these niggas start talking about going overseas to buy box.
The OGs is trying to recover their life after a third divorce. That's where the OGs are. The OGs are in their 50s and 60s on the same marketplace trying to compete with guys in their 20s for girls in their 20s. That's where the OGs are at. And also the OGs are getting their passports and leaving. The smart ones are. We need to listen to the OGs. When I was young, the OGs was teaching young men to play the same stupid game that that they lost at. Listen, if you're a guy like in your 40s and you're divorced once or more than once, then you should probably teach the next generation to be cautious at least and not follow the same path that you did. I'm trying to think, what would an OG have to teach a young dude? Except do the opposite of what I did. I'm talking about like the rank and file OG, the rank and file, like the ones that got, that got taken in the divorce boom. It reminds me of the movie Sinners, where and maybe this is me, I'm not really a man for cunnilingus like that, but he asked what's his name? Stack. So the cousin asked Stack, or they were talking about, he said, you lick it like an ice cream and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. So and then later he used his technique and she was thoroughly pleased. But what about him? You got to lick some box. You got to please other. Okay. Sometimes I wonder if a lot of the lessons of the future generation is to benefit young girls, not young men. Just thinking on that.
Where's the OGs at? Where's the real ones at?
When he says OGs, he's talking about old cultures where, the 90s R&Bs and, the original culture that catered to women that put us in the position that we're in now today. Where is that culture? That culture went with a woman's collarbone. It's gone. Just like the women of that time are gone. The way men are treating women has drastically changed because the women that they are treating has also drastically changed.
But off right now, you might be going through some. Maybe you went to the coffee shop one too many times. You're a little bit liberal. Cool. We all go through that shit.
With these women, I guess he's talking about quarter zips. I don't see a problem. Well, y'all know how I feel about that. Um, yeah. So I don't know what tech workers and coffee shop workers have to do with Password Bros. I think he's just like creating tropes that he wants to demolish. Or he's trying to tie one trope into other tropes that have negative stigmas about them, like liberals. I don't know. Let's see where this. I only seen this once, so and that was a couple of days ago, so I don't really remember much.
Shit like that. Cool. I'm with it. Your phase is supposed to be some dumb shit.
Okay. If a phase is supposed to be dumb, then all right. Let's. I'm not even gonna go there.
I'm with it. I'm with it. You're going through a phase. You might have slept with a snow bunny or here or two. Yep, you discovered a little bit. You niggas is off some other shit. Y'all on perks. Y'all fucking around with men. Y'all doing all of this dumb shit. Like,
Now that is a very slanderous accusation. That's a very slanderous accusation. Wow. There's a lot. There's a lot with that. So he really is trying to demonize the image of Password Bros when, and he's taken his tactics and technique from a rank and file black woman, which really means that following him is following a rank and file black woman. His message is, on some Wizard of Oz stuff where, somebody else is pulling the strings and, you know, and that person just so happens to be a rank and file black woman. He's rainbow. He's rainbow. He likes men. He likes both. Yeah. How many times have we heard that from Keisha? Okay. I'm not going to try to prove a negative. I will say that in my travels, I hadn't noticed that particular trend. Um, yeah. Um, even amongst the pay per play crew. In fact, I would say that the guys who travel are probably less likely to be on some rainbow stuff. And that's because, quite frankly, here in the US, women's willingness, women's consent is at such a premium that it's forcing a lot of men to leave this country, even if it's temporary. I don't think that they have that problem with guys. I'm willing to assert, and this is just from like a logical perspective, and someone who's in that lifestyle can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm willing to assert that you're selling the same thing. I think that when two guys who are about that life get together, and you know, it's there isn't no what's in it for me. They're like, you got what I got, and I got what you got, so let's get it. Same thing when two women get together. But when a man and a woman get together, the women is typically on some, I want this, and this, and this, and this, because you need what I got, and I don't need what you got. I don't think that that really applies to rainbow relationships. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong. So it's more of an even and free exchange in that regard. And because of that, there isn't a need to travel for that particular exchange.
where did the masculinity go? Everybody goes through phases, but you're not supposed to get so far away.
Since when is pursuing heterosexual SEXXX unmasculine? When did that happen? When did that become a thing? Like, yes, it's unmasculine to pursue SEXXX. Okay. Um, okay.
From your core beliefs, but the problem is that you never had any core beliefs. That's why the word of God. See, I'm gonna bring it back for you.
Or is this just another way he's trying to take the high ground? Because people do that. They become religious all of a sudden, like, like, oh no, it's this is against Jesus. It's like, oh, okay. So I don't know. Once again, I'm not really, I don't really watch him like that. So do he normally bring God into the equation?
You'll never depart with it. Put them in them young, and they'll never depart from it. They got to come back to the thing that they was where their destiny is, that they was put in them. They come back, God for
Sounds like what he's talking about is grooming. I don't really see how that pertains to passport bros. I really don't. I don't see what this whole God's plan thing have to do with passport bros, etc. I truly, truly don't. It's getting weird at this point. Because who's to say that that is not part of God's plans? Because, and I'm talking about the ones who do marry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, or even, the ones who do pay for play. To them, to the women, in a very real way, most of the time, they do believe that you were sent from God. And this isn't just like an aggrandizing thing. This is this is a very, very, very real thing for them, and could be the men too. However, Western men aren't really as devout as women from developing countries. That's just a side effect of wealth. Um, in these countries, they count their blessings. If a foreign woman was to marry a Western man, she is thanking God. She's thanking God for making her attractive enough to seduce him, for giving her the skill set to sustain what they have going on over a prolonged period of time. She has friends that are not married and she don't want any part of that life. She looks at where her life was and where it is, and she thanks the Most High for that. So maybe it was his path to get you to her. I don't get it. Like, why would God say that the woman you're supposed to be with just so happens to be within these country lines, as if he recognizes country lines? This is starting to get weird.
he's a little doll, and he's gonna be somebody else's doll. That's why you put in them young because we're gonna.
Okay. I don't remember where he's going with this. Put what into them young? So he's speaking as if there is a path, that there is a path that God has set for, I don't know, black men or Western men. Well, he's talking about black men because he calls snow bunnies. So yeah, he's speaking as if there is a path for Western men, Western black men. And that path is not, and he knows that path. And that path just so happens to not include travel. Okay, so what is this path? I love it when people read God's mind. That's not arrogant at all. I love it when people read God's mind. So let's see.
Here, but you always supposed to come back home, nigga. Come home. You out there with them folks, bro. You done moved out to a place, into a land that don't even know you, and you don't know. Like you can't discover where you be. You running from your destiny.
Okay. Wow. Wow. I swear, you could just take a mask off and, you'll see. It's almost like he has an earpiece and Keisha's telling him exactly what he wants to say. You're running from your home. You're running from your destiny. Yes. Like every runaway slave has. Like, I mean, what the hell? He's going to come back home. Okay. Oh, crap. I was always indifferent and neutral towards him, but now I've lost a significant amount of respect for him as an honest human being, because he does videos showing the dysfunction of Western women. So if you understand that they're dysfunctional, why would you tell guys to come running back to them? This is your home. This is your destiny. Listen, for one, you're implying that men do not create their own destiny. And for two, what you're saying isn't a way that a businessman should speak ever. Businessmen will always take advantage of the free market, as I'm pretty sure that you have when you talk about your business dealings. Meaning that if it is cheaper for you to manufacture a product overseas versus here in the US, you don't say to the company, you don't say to, let's see, who's a company that do that? You don't say to Dell, hey, you need to come back home. This is your destiny. This is your destiny. It's like, no, competition drives the economy. So you open a wider net, create more competition, and get a better deal for yourself. There's no room for thinking like that. And the cold part is that black women have already picked up on that formula. That's why they're pushing. Oh, we're going to divest and swirl, swirl and divest and swirl. They're pushing that narrative because they're trying to create a sense of scarcity amongst black men. Because they understand more about business than you do, Anton. Now, unfortunate for them, they're trying to sell their product to a group of people that, quite frankly, don't want it, to create competition. And we're trying to sell our product to a group of women that do. I don't see the problem.
Ain't shit out there for you. You wasn't born out there. That ain't your core. You think you're going to discover something new? You not. You know what you're going to discover? A bunch of other people.
What's wrong with trying to figure out who you are? What you're going to discover is a bunch of other people who's trying to figure out who they are. Yeah, okay. I mean, you have to. Why is he on this localized thinking? Like when you think of the stereotypical Pookie, you think of someone who don't really see the world past his block. You know, they never been out of their portion of the city. You know, their whole goal in life is to be the big man on the block that in a global standpoint no one cares about. I'm from 129th Street. Oh, okay. You know, you go one city over, nobody knows who you are and cares. Like he's trying to put this localized thinking, and this is why he's referencing the past so much. Where my OGs at? Where my players at? This is why he's referencing the past so much, because he's trying to put this localized thinking back into black men. Black men will never be localized thinkers anymore because of the internet. You know that thing that you're making so much money off of? We won't be localized. The internet will take you throughout the world. It will take you so far off the block that, you know, you will realize how small your world was, how small the pond that was the entirety of your life actually was, and quite frankly, how crappy it was too. This whole 90s Pookie brother, you know, yeah, the OGs, which is really just the drunk dudes on the block, you know, the OGs say that. No, listen, there's so much information that's going to drown out whatever OG wisdom has failed them. It is. Anton Daniels, people. Fellas, you need to go back to the block where you belong. It's your destiny. It's your destiny. Remember Luke Skywalker and how he grew up on this like house. He grew up in this house that was made out of sand in the middle of a desert. And he was raised by his uncle that farmed moisture. Do you think after Return of the Jedi, he went back to his destiny? You think he went back to that moisture farm? Like, it's my destiny. Okay.
Other right into hell. That's why I visit. I'm a visit.
But they can too.
I can wherever it is that I go. I'm gonna switch the weather, but guess where I'm coming? I'm coming home. Girl, move around me.
Leave. I mean, because when you leave, you move. I ain't got to move. The world move around me, but you do move temporarily to leave. Like, yeah. All right, y'all complaining about the lag. I know. All right, let's see what I can do about that. So I want to talk more about this whole destiny thing because he's the one, and I'm going to go to some of his videos who see black women's behavior. But before I do that, I'm going to talk about how this entire premise is wrong using what he knows to be true, and that's politics. So let's just say, and this isn't me saying this, this is black women saying this, that Trump voters can never get with Kamala voters. Let's just put that out there, that a Kamala female will never get with a Trump voting man. So right quick. Okay, so according to this, black men voted for Kamala Harris at a rate of 72% and Trump 20. Black women voted for Kamala Harris at a rate of 92%, Trump 7. Now, what does that mean? That means that 92, if you have like 100 men and 100 women, right? 92 women will be looking for 78 men. And I know that all women aren't really looking for men at every stage in their life, but we're going to, ignore that for a second. So right off the back, there is a 14-point deficit, meaning that 14 females will go without. And then on the opposite side, you have 7 women and 20 men, meaning that, one moment, meaning that 13 men would go without. So because of that discrepancy alone, and that's just one area of incompatibility, there is a significant portion of black people that just won't get it together. And then you have the women who don't date short men. And we're not even going to do the whole 80-20 rule. There are going to be people left out of the equation. This isn't some type of, utopia where there's one man for every woman, and that one woman just so happens to be the same, in the same race and place as you. Real life does not work out that way. Oh, and you find that person at a reasonably young age. Real life does not work out that way. There has to be a drive that pushes people together. And unfortunately, in the black community, that drive pushes us apart. Hit the like button. There's always going to be leftover men because women are not okay. And I know somebody in here with a poor understanding of mathematics is going to say that there are more women than men. No. No. Um, you have to look at not 7 women to 1 man. Any person who says that has a poor understanding of numbers, or they are lying to you. It's not 7 women to 1 man. It's really more like 52 women, to 48 men. It's really more like that. And the percent difference comes from age, meaning that because women live like 4 years longer, then, those women are the difference between 80 and 84. But we're not talking about that. Listen, every man from 18 to 88 is looking for a woman from 18 to 35, maybe even 40, if he's looking to start a family. While every woman is not 18 to 40. point blank, period. So there's a huge deficit there. The Melissa Fords and all of them, they're out. They're out if you're looking to start a family. The what's her name? The bus driver chick. She's out. So now you have a whole lot of men looking for a very small group of women. And in that group of women, not 100% of them are actively seeking long-term relationships. So there is a huge deficit. There's a huge deficit between men and women on the mating marketplace. Now, conversely, on the opposite end, and when I say like in developing countries, there's a huge deficit of marriageable men. There's a huge deficit of marriageable men. A man that can support a family for socioeconomic reasons, which varies depending on the individual country. There is this deficit. So in one country, you have a man with the ability to support a family, but not a surplus of women who are looking for families and capable of providing one. And then on the opposite end, you have a surplus of women who are looking, who are looking for men that can support a family. To me, it's a win-win. And that's on the family stuff. Let's talk about the pay for play side. On one hand, you have a group of men who with money, and on the other hand, you have a group of women with vaginas. That's a win-win. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can download this. All right, let me read some of your comments. He wished he smashed a snow bunny. I don't know what his love life consists of. I do understand he was married very young. The gay accusations need to be checked. Other people let him get off that. Okay. Okay, so the video is still up. Anton's wife speaks. You could give it to me, but I'll probably watch it, but I don't really see a need to like dig into his family like that. I want to focus more on what he's saying now. Married man projection. Let's see. Have you not seen an Adam's apple on the women Rillo? On the women Rillo put on his lives? I don't really follow Jay Rillo like that, but I mean, during that scandal, the woman was unattractive, but she was a woman. I can't have no fun if none of you will. What? Funny thing is, literally everything he's accusing black men of, black women are doing in masses. Well, they're trying to. And that is look for an alternative source so they can leverage the existing source, which, sad to say, that's what many passport bros are doing. Some of them are like Skylar, and they're just going for a higher quality of life. Others are going to thumb their nose at the women that are left behind, which I don't agree with this. The latter, like, if you're gonna go, let's go. I mean, yeah, you could critique it and get other men to talk about it, but I mean, you've already left. There's no reason to be on some ish with it. All right, let's see. Anton knows he fucked up marrying a black woman. Black men in America is the biggest D police. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I would say black women are, but the black men who are seems to be working on behalf of black women or because they just want black men are still in competition with each other largely. And that competition is, and this is what they got from the OGs on the block, because this is what player really is. Because I lived through that era, and that is, it's a competition of sexual virility between your peers. Who got the hottest? Who got the best? Who got the most? Um, and a lot of people who have that mindset today um, are looking for competition still. Like, let's play pretty wife take ugly wife. And it's like nobody want to play that. For one, because it's not really the time and cultural climate to play that in. And two, because nobody has wives. The shaming of straight black men that travel is at an all-time high. I thought it was like last time I heard it was well, I heard it with Austin Holloman, even though he's a black man that travels. He's like, y'all just travel for light skinned girls. Y'all can't handle these women here and blah 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 blah. And now he's with a light skinned girl. In all of Africa, he found a light skin. These dudes, I swear. He let Fleece Johnson flirt. Okay. See, once again, I remember something like that happening. I'm not one of these dudes to hate on somebody just to hate on somebody. I hate on haters. Understand this. Like when I go after people like Austin Holloman and stuff like that, I hate on haters. That's it. I don't hate on somebody just because they're eccentric or because they do something that some will deem eccentric. No, when I do these shows and I point out something that people are saying and doing, it's a very particular thing. Like one thing that they all have in common is that they are going after someone else. There are a lot of people who I simply just disagree with their message, but I don't come at them alone. No, you have to actually be coming at someone else. That's just how I get down. A married man, Anton, asking where did the masculinity go? Well, apparently it's going overseas where it's rewarded. So, and where it's not toxic. So, yeah, that's where it went. Hold on, I'm bringing up the video. Sometimes downloading helps, sometimes it don't with the buffering. Okay, the shaming of straight black men is that a, oh, I already read that one. Okay, let's see. Anton does whatever for clicks and views. Well, I can't knock the success of his channel. Tom Likas has told us to never get married, and if you do get married overseas, and to stay there and never bring them back. Yeah, I would agree that if you're going to marry overseas, it's best to never bring them back because once again, there is an abundance of men capable of providing the basic needs of a family here. So, like, if you're Superman, why would you bring Lois Lane back to Krypton? Assuming that Krypton, didn't wasn't destroyed. Like, why would Superman bring Lois Lane back to Krypton where you just turn into a regular dude? You basically turn into Clark Kent for real, and she obviously wasn't feeling him. So, like, yeah. Hey, Game Changer. Antron just can't focus on his wife and child and leave Passport Rose alone. Yeah, gotta have an enemy, I guess. Okay. Oh, so I went up high. So I'm reading a lot of them again. Let's see. Anton has a daughter and no son. That could be the reason. Well, I was thinking that about Barack Obama too. I was thinking that about Barack Obama. And yes, having a society full of simps who are trapped would benefit his daughter. Absolutely. And it does benefit his daughter. So, yeah, maybe it's because he has enough money to be comfortable where he's at. Oh, you're saying like why he doesn't stay? Okay. Um, what's the obsession with forcing black men to be one dimensional? Yeah, with limiting black men. I don't get that. We have a right to self discovery, introspection, and exploration like everyone else. Absolutely. Okay, and this is where we left off at. Anton needs to sit his old ass down. I think he's younger than me. Trying to tell grown folks what to do. He's a whole married man. Yeah, exactly. And married men tend to not understand how the intricacies of the modern dating market. They just don't. So, yeah, they're worried about the 20%. Okay. Anton can kiss my black, let's just say arse. Let's go British with it. Welcome, Theo Waff. And that's another thing. I'm going to get into Theo and his class in a moment. Let's see. Austin's girl, darn near white, which quite frankly is his mom is like as hell. The fair skinned pro blacks should just start. Okay. Theo, Anton would say, I have more money than you, Theo. Maybe. I don't know and I don't care. I mean, like one thing does not it's not competence. It's not like, you know, there are people out there. So like Rockefellers had more money than Einstein. Does that make them smarter than him? Do that mean that I should follow them if I wanted to be a physicist? I mean, having more money is a measure of how much money you have. It's not a measure of competence in certain areas that you require competence. His people's inability to understand that is why he has a large audience. All right, let's see. Let's give this a try.
Yep, you discovered some trees. You got a little high a little bit. You niggas is awesome. Other shit, y'all on perks. Y'all fucking around with men. Y'all doing all of this dumb shit back to whatever their destiny is that they was putting them. They gotta come back to whatever it is that God had for them. They never gonna get so far if you put it into them young. But you so busy trying to make them so cute.
Black men, come back. Come back. It's your destiny. Oh,
Dress them up and make them, he's a little doll, and he's gonna be somebody else's doll. That's why you put it in them young, because we're gonna.
So he's for this. He's for this plantation mindset. He's for teaching black men that they're destined to be with black American women. At a young age, which is the same stuff that we have been taught since we were kids. See, he sees that there is a movement away from the old teachings from black men. Why? Because quite frankly, the old teachings hasn't benefited black men. It hasn't. Limiting our options to 13% of the female population in the US has not benefited black men, especially when that 13% is hostile. Listen, if let's just say if all of the left-handed people in the world was to say, hey, I'm only going to shop at this store, then that store knows that they control the market and they can sell you an inferior product at an inflated price, which is what Black women are doing. They're selling fatness, they're selling kids, they're selling fake hair, they're selling fake lashes, they're selling funny smells, they're selling these ridiculous claw-shaped nails, they're selling obscene attitudes. This is what they're selling, which is an inferior product to all other products out there. And what they are demanding is, oh, he got to have six figures. He got to have six pack, no kids. You got to have some swag. He got to have this. You got to have this. That's what happens when they monopolize a market to a product that you want. That's what happens. They're behaving as if they control a market to something that you need. And guess what? They do as long as you are limited to that and only that market. It's like having that, whatever the special toy of the year is. I don't know if the special toy of this year is, but there's every year there tends to be like a special toy that all the kids want and the parents, scramble to get it. So if it's December 21st right now and you have the last one, you have the last, let's just call that toy Cat in a Box. You have the last Cat in a Box. Then you could sell it at whatever price you want. That's the thinking. Now, they don't have the last one. However, they have a collective agreement with everyone who sells it to sell it at this price, which is a ridiculous price. Now, if some people was to say, oh, wait a minute, Cat in a Box is manufactured in South America? Zero. Wait a minute, Cat in a Box is manufactured in Thailand? Zoom. Wait a minute, Cat in a Box is manufactured in everywhere else? Zoom. And they don't like that. I thought you were a businessman. What kind of business are you selling? What kind of businessman tells people to just shop at one store? And the owner of that store knows you only shop at one store.
Go through shit. We gonna get our heart broke. We gonna have a hoe or two over here. We gonna like a white chick here or there. But you always supposed to come back home, nigga. Come home. You out there with them folks, bro. You done moved out to a place into a land that.
This man just said, nigga, come home. If that ain't some country bumpkin fat Black woman talk, if I've never heard it in my life. Nigga, come home. That ain't my home. First of all, it's not your home if the fucking door is locked. Let's start there. If the door is locked, then it is not your home. Should I just show a clip from any episode of Pop the Balloon where a Black man was trying to come home? Pop, 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 pop. Not no shoes. Listen, if you have to wear special shoes to get home, then it's not your home. What are you, the Wizard of Oz? Are you Dorothy? Do you have to click your if you have to wear special shoes to go home, it's not your home. Oh, Jesus. How about these are the guys, if you want to say go home analogy, how about these are the guys that bought a new house?
Don't even know you, and you don't know, like you can't discover where you're supposed to be. You running from your destiny. Ain't shit out there for you. You wasn't born out there. That ain't your core. You think you're gonna discover something new? You're not. You know what you're gonna discover? A bunch of other people that's trying to figure out who they are, and y'all.
Well, that is something new, but if okay, she don't know you, then that is something new, sir. Just like the movie Something New, which is a black woman doing the thing that you described. Just like the movie Something New, it is something new because they don't know each other. Can't make this crap up. Hit the like button.
You have to say it to you. You know what the fuck you doing. You know where you fucked up. You know that your kids need you, nigga, and you know where to be found. Your kids are young and growing, and you letting a funky bitch that you should have never been with in the first place raise your children into being suckers. And you gonna regret it. That's your kid. They look like you, they talk like you, but they walk a little more sassy.
What in the hell? I have no idea what he's talking about. I got to go back. Maybe I missed something. Because once again, it sounds like he's talking to an individual, but we're talking about Passport Bros here. So, okay.
We mess up. Yep, we dibble and dabble a little bit, but you got to come home, nigga. Come home. Come home. Stop being a dummy. Whatever it is that you got going on in your life, see, I didn't know we was going here, but we gonna go there.
Okay.
Whatever it is, because you know, I don't have to say it to you. You know what the fuck you doing. You know where you fucked up. You know that your kids need you, nigga, and you know where to be found.
Holy shit, I thought I missed something. So he's either talking to an individual, which I hope that's the case, because if he's creating a straw man out of the rank and file Passport Bros as deadbeat dads who have kids that look like them or something like that, then what the fuck? Like, yeah, it sounds like he's talking about an individual. So keep a belief system out of, like, if I get into it with a person who is of a certain religion, it's not really about the religion now, is it? It's about that person. I mean, you're a grown, you should be more mature than that.
Your kids are young and growing, and you letting a funky bitch that you should have never been with in the first place raise your children into being suckers. And you gonna regret it. That's your kid. They look like you, they talk like you, but they walk a little more sassy. You're doing them a disservice. You out here running around doing dumb shit, listening to these punk ass motherfuckers. Now listen, let me tell you something, bro. I've never in my life. Can we just keep it 100? Chat, can we keep it 100 before we get back to the show? Can we keep it 1,000? Can we keep it 100%? I don't give a fuck about what these niggas think anyway. Can we keep it 100%? I've never in my life, not once, I've never in my entire life of being on the internet and observing countless videos that y'all have sent me, I have never seen a Passport Bro that I was like, that nigga is sweet as fuck. I want to be like him. I have never.
Oh, okay. I don't know what he means by sweet. I don't know if he means it as a positive or a negative. Like sweet as in rainbow desires or rainbow leaning or queer. Or, that's sweet. And I have to say, I have. I mean, I've seen plenty of videos of guys living happy overseas, And like, yeah, he's living the life, like Zoom to Thailand. Like, his audience is based on that. People want to live the life of him. So, and perhaps because you are wealthy and you married young, that's the case. Since that isn't true for the overwhelming majority of Black men, and men, period, here in the US, then they're going to have a different perspective, is what it is. It may be experience. I appreciate you, brother. I haven't seen you in a bit, but always welcome. And I love your show. Says, who paid him to say this? He's smarter than this propaganda he's pushing. Andre highlighted his contradictions last night. Okay. Send me the link to my email. And maybe if I have some time, I'll dig a little deeper and see some of the contradictions in that. But yeah, it's because, once again, I don't really follow him like that. And I understand he's a smart dude. So which really gives credence to the theory that he's being extraordinarily disingenuous. Meaning he knows better. He knows that it's wrong to sell the concept of Black men shop only in one marketplace, even though that marketplace is aware that they would have the monopoly and leverage it against you. You're dealing in a hostile marketplace. You're dealing in a market that don't have any respect for its customers. They just want to get as much money as they can from them. And you're asking for us to exclusively shop there, knowing that they would use that to their advantage. I mean, come on now. You can't. I mean, it's either stupidity or, something more nefarious. And according to MAB, it's the latter. So maybe somebody is paying for them, but it still shows it's a matter of integrity. Very, very, very poor integrity. Thanks for the super chat.
Not one time seen a nigga that go overseas to get pussy and was like, yeah, that nigga's the prototype. He cool. I have never in my life, not once, not one. You cannot.
If you're a grown man and you're encouraged or discouraged by the word cool, then you're lost. If you're a grown man and you are encouraged or discouraged by the word playa, you're lost. I've been a nerd my whole damn life. I have never been worried about the word cool. Like, hey, that's cool. I want to be cool. I want to be a cool kid, just like the cool kids. I don't give a crap about that. But I understand that that there were those who did growing up. I mean, and to keep it a buck, from what I noticed, those are the ones who actually didn't achieve their goal of coolness, or and that's simply because they didn't have the respect of their peers, because they were trying to be something that they're not, or chasing an invisible carrot. So and I think that that's what he's trying to get his audience to do. So you can either be here and unhappy, but Anton Daniels will think you're cool, or you can actually go to a place and be happy. I mean, if those are your choices and you choose to, like, hey, look at me, I'm so cool. What did you do last weekend? Unsuccessfully look for some pussy. How cool is that? What did you do last weekend? Oh, I went on a Pop the Balloon show. Oh, what happened? They all popped the balloon. Hey, what did you do last weekend? Oh, I bought a fat bitch dinner. Oh, okay. Well, did you smash? No. You're cool. Name me one nigga that is just great. And I was like, I could take something from him. I have never in my life, not once, ever seen a nigga
that had to go overseas to buy box and said he is him. Not once.
Okay.
Who the fuck is y'all following? Who are y'all taking advice from? Who are y'all following and who are y'all taking advice from? That's all I'm asking. Say, you know what? You know what?
Well, I guess the answer should be you. Who are you following? Who are you taking advice from? Whoever we damn well please. Some will choose you. Some will choose me. Some will choose Zoom to Thailand. Some will choose lead attorney. Some will choose media man. Whoever we damn well please.
Where y'all taking advice from? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Because anytime that I take advice from somebody, I have to be able to see the results first, right? If I'm looking for financial advice, I'm looking to a nigga that got results when it comes to his finances. If I'm looking for advice when it comes to relationships and
I do look for a dude who have I can't say the word, but advice that can be replicated. I do look for advice from people who have advice that I can replicate. I know how it's spelled, Dominic. I don't know how to say it. I'm looking for people who have advice I can replicate. Meaning that, and I don't know your backstory, but if you got your money, through inheritance, I can't really replicate that now, can I? I can replicate a person like Skylar who gives, more generalized financial advice and suggestions for tools for you to, generate and save money, like, high yield savings accounts and things like that. Like that is something I can replicate. If your advice is marrying your 20s, guess what? I'm in my 40s. I can't replicate that shit. So you have nothing. You have nothing like in that regard. I'm sorry.
I want to know, even if the person is no longer in that they were able to sustain it for a long enough time, that I could take that advice and say, you know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? Anytime that I'm looking for insight and information, if I'm gonna go and take a cooking lesson, I'm not gonna take it from somebody that don't know how to cook. I'm gonna take it from somebody that clearly is an expert in their field, and that is what I'm going to look for. So here's my question, right? Because I'm trying to understand, even if it's
okay, that's a good analogy. The cooking class, right? I remember I wanted to cook something. I forget what it was. I think it was gumbo. So when I was doing keto, y'all know, like last year I was doing keto and years before that. I had to stop for other reasons, but I still have a separate diet. So I wanted to make some gumbo that was keto friendly. And I came across this recipe online where they replaced the rice that typically comes in the gumbo I like, in the seafood gumbo that I like, with cauliflower, and it looked good. I never got to taste it. And you want to know why? Because it was not replicable for me. I am not a uh, I'm not a Creole person. Well, I'm one fourth that. My grandma who makes gumbo, which is the reason why I like it and why I look forward to Christmas, is that But nevertheless, she got the kitchen set up for it. I don't have the kitchen set up for it. So when she was like, okay, make sure you have this pot and this pan and this and this and this and things that I've never seen or heard of, I'm like, okay, this is something that is not for me. I cannot replicate this. That is you. That is your situation.
An imbalance, even if it's a 60-40, 70-30, 30% is a pretty big number. 40% is a pretty big number. If it's 199, 298, 397, I'm like, what the fuck?
Huh?
What the fuck? Why am I listening to niggas that I would never follow in real life? I would never listen to niggas in real life. Ever, ever, ever. In no capacity. Not with finances, not with resources, not with being successfully married. In no capacity would I listen to these niggas in real life. In no capacity.
Okay.
I see these niggas on.
The feeling is mutual. I don't see much reason to listen to you in real life. I don't, which is why I don't.
Real life sometimes, because I'm outside, so I really do be out here. And I see y'all. I meet y'all in real life. I had meetups, I kick it with y'all in real life. I look at these niggas and I be like, why would I follow this nigga? This nigga's awkward. He's awkward.
Here we go with further shaming. So the new word before it was, he's in the men. Now it's awkward. Okay. And these are just new shame words, a new form of depolicing. It's like, okay, give it up. Give it up. It's not going to, let's just say it's true, right? Let's just say it's true and you are an awkward black man. To me, I mean, if that's what you are, that's what you are. You're awkward. Is it in your best interest to take your awkward ass to a marketplace that benefits you? Or should you say, let's see how your destiny treats awkward black men, right? Because we're destined to be with a black woman. Let's just see how the women you are destined to be with treat awkward black men. How do black women treat awkward black men? You're suggesting that awkward black men stay? Listen, if you're awkward, it's okay. But if you're not awkward, you don't become awkward by traveling. I'm going to repeat that. If you're not awkward, you don't become awkward by traveling. And that's what he's trying to scare you into. That's how he's trying to keep you on the plantation. Hey, if you travel, you're awkward. So for one, you have to be insecure to begin with, and you have to be asking yourself, am I awkward? Meaning that you don't know if you're awkward or not, meaning that you're concerned on, because all awkward is how others perceive you. So you're concerned about how others perceive you, and you're worried about the opinions of others. You're stupid. You are. Worry about the results you're getting from them, not the opinions of them. All right, let me read some comments. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Maybe audio is bad. I know. I ain't heard nobody that paid for that bag chasers say they rich now because of it. SMH. Exactly. Listen, it's it's amazing. I always thought people, and maybe it's because I do have the gift of math, and I don't tell people, I don't sell that to people. I don't sell to people like, well, you need to eat this. You need to eat GC, you need to eat GC crunch in the morning. I'll sell it to you and you'll have that gift too. No, I don't do that. But I'll never forget when there was a question that was posed, and a friend of mine in real life, he posed it to me, and his answer I thought was just downright dumb. And I hate to say that about the homie, but it was just downright dumb. And I think y'all might remember this when people were saying, "Hey, would you rather like $1 million or a dinner with Jay-Z?" And I'm like, wait, what? Would you rather $1 million or a dinner with Jay-Z? I was me, $1 million. What the hell was that? But the answer of so many people, particularly black people, was that if you have a dinner with Jay-Z, you'll become a multimillionaire because he would give you the advice on how to be a billionaire. That's me slapping my damn forehead. That's me slapping my forehead. I don't understand that thinking. I don't understand the thinking of people who feel that they can replicate Jay Z's billions. So if I have a dinner with Michael Jordan, I'm gonna be a basketball star because that's how he got his billions. That and the shoe deal, but he got the shoe deal from being a basketball star. So what the hell? What the hell is that? They actually said I would. So when you get your first million, you're just gonna give it to Jay Z for a dinner? What the hell? What the hell? That's just holy crap. It's like that woman who recently won the lottery and she's 20 and I don't expect her to notice, but somebody should have told her. Because so if y'all don't know, I seen this on Instagram where a woman won $1 million in the lottery and she chose to take like $1,000 a week for the rest of her life, which is 52K. Um, which on the surface, yes, she is going to live more than 1,000 weeks, provided she dies of unnatural causes. So on the surface, that it will eventually exceed $1 million. However, if you take $1 million and put it in a high yield savings account at like, let's just say 7% interest, then you get $70,000 a month, or excuse me, a year. 70. And you get to keep the million. When I seen the article, it just dropped my jaw. Not that she at 20 years old didn't put this together, but that no one around her knew better. No one. I was just like, are you freaking kidding me? I was just shocked. And I doubt Anton Daniels would have told her something different. What's the name of that high yield savings account? Okay, let me look one up. All right, let's see. Now, keep in mind that um, it depends on how much you put in many of them. So what you put in at $100,000, a person who puts in 1 million would get a better interest rate. Hmm, let's see. Okay, I'm not seeing it online. The most I see here is like 3, 4%. So maybe you're onto something on that one. And I shouldn't have been so quick to judge. However, I know I've seen advertised somewhere before, but maybe the market for such things has changed. And because this was a couple of years ago. Hold on one moment. Let's see. Oh, long-term bonds. That's what it is. Okay. It's long-term bonds that's 9 to 13%. 1 year 9%, 3 years 10%, 5 years 11%, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's actually 90K. Yeah, and that's another point. So yeah, maybe it wasn't the worst decision. I mean, but I would assume that the $1,000 a week would be taxed as well. Anyway, off the topic. Where was I with this whole Anton Daniels thing? I forget. All right, we gotta. Oh crap! YouTube is doing that thing again.
He's weird. He's weird in real life. Weird in real life. If I wouldn't follow you in real life, why would I listen to you on the internet? You can get mad if you want to. I'm cool with that. Listen. If you're mad right now, because if somebody was to say all black people is broke, I would never get mad. You know why? Because I'm not broke. So if the shoe fit, wear it. So if this doesn't apply to you, because let me tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna give you the blueprint, and then
I don't think that people are mad. They just don't want their brand critiqued in a dishonest way. Just like you're trying to imply that, there exists a significant amount of passport pros that are um, rainbow, doesn't mean that they're rainbow because they're insulted by it. It means that they don't want the brand that they are affiliated with to be tarnished. Kind of like if you were a part of anything, like a Greek organization, a basketball team, a football team, or something like that. You don't want the label of that team to be tarnished. And this comes from a desire to just spew out insults and say, "Hey, if you want to defend yourself against the accusation, then you must be the thing I'm accusing you of." All right, hold on. All right, say your piece real quick, and then let me continue to say mine, Rillo. Jesus. All right.
We're going to get back to the show. If it never applied to you, then it's not anything that I need to defend myself against. But the people that it applies to, oh, they gonna be so butthurt. They gonna be so butthurt. It's people that's butthurt right now. That's cool.
Well, and furthermore, you're attacking a concept, not really a people.
That means that we need to do the work. We need to do the work. You could never offend me with something that's not applicable to my life. You could never offend me with something that's not applicable to my life. Ever, in any capacity. We'll find out who it is. We will find out. Somebody said, who are you talking about? I don't know these niggas' names.
Okay, you obviously were talking about an individual. You see, Black people, we do this too much. You know, for whatever reason, you know, there was this thing with Suge Knight and Diddy, and it started this whole East Coast West Coast thing with Biggie and Pac at the forefront. It's like, look, y'all have a whole individual concern, has nothing to do with the side of the country a person is on, but yet, you know, you can't just make an individual dig. So yeah.
Promise to God, I have nobody in mind. Zero particular people in mind. I've just seen it. You see it. It's a cultural thing.
It's not, you haven't seen them going for guys unless you just so happen to be there for guys and you were like, hey, ain't that YouTuber such and such? You just been in the district where they have lady boys and you was just like, hey, that's that YouTuber. What he doing here with me? So now you're just making wild accusations that don't make any sense. Like, because you went into like great details. I was giving you the benefit of doubt, thinking that you were talking about an individual, but no, you was just like, you know, you leaving your kids at home. Your kids look like you. They look like you. Your kids, like, wait, why are you assuming that Passport Bros are leaving kids behind? Unless you're one of these people who feel that childless men should take care of the children of other people. And if so, why not do that there than here? Doesn't make any sense.
It's a cultural issue. I have nobody in mind at all. Zero. I see it in general. When I hold women accountable and I say, hey, they need to stop being baby mamas, I'm not referring to anybody in particular. I don't have anybody in mind. I'm speaking to a cultural issue. But you're going to find out the niggas that's feeling some type of way about it. And do I give a fuck? Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Fuck these niggas. Fuck them.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck. They don't put no money in my pocket. They ain't never helped me. I don't need these niggas.
Now that's interesting. Because I'm wondering what if they did until now. Like, I wonder if any quote unquote bag chasers were Passport Bros. And if not, that would explain the way you feel about them, because you're mad because this particular cohort and this particularly cohort of men do not financially benefit you. So you're lashing out against that cohort of men, hoping to tarnish the brand so some of the people who put money in their pockets will begin to put it in yours. Lame changer. You're not a Passport Bro. Why are you mad? All right.
I'm here. I'm way up here. Give a fuck about what nobody is saying. I'll stand on my own too. I'm a solo artist. I'm a solo act. And I got my friends with me. I don't need none of these niggas. Not even a little bit. So even if you are offended, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care even a little bit. Your father should have had this conversation with you, and I wouldn't be saying this right now. I don't care about these niggas, so it's not. And I ain't. For what?
Why? Basically, he's saying your father should have dick policed you, so he don't have to dick police you.
For what? I'll never mention these niggas' names because it's nothing to shoot at. I'm shooting in the air because I'm way up here, nigga. You see them clouds? You see them clouds right there?
Yes, you are. And you're aiming while you do it. Like when you say things like, you know, oh, you have kids here and, you know, blah, blah, blah. You're aiming at, or you're awkward. Like you're aiming at a very specific person, a very specific straw man. I'm just shooting in the air. And that air just happened to be South by Southwest, 36 degrees. Okay.
Show you the clouds, nigga. It's clouds. It's God talking right there. I don't see these niggas. I'm way in the clouds.
It sounds to me like you talk to clouds and you hear God when you do.
Testing. Is my audio
okay,
good?
That's not.
Testing.
Yeah, you're good. Hold on one moment. That's
Okay.
not divinity. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, that's not divinity. That's schizophrenia. God talks to me because there's clouds over me. There's clouds over everybody that lives in a place where there's clouds. What the fuck? All right.
Everywhere I stay, I'm all the way up here. Even when I'm back in Detroit, I'm at the top floor. Man.
Oh, you're saying that you have money. Yeah, that means something, I guess. I got money, so I'm right about this. Okay, yeah. Go with that.
House, nigga. Don't talk to me. Talk to your hoe.
Well, they are talking to their hoe in Spanish. So what the fuck? Why are you talking to them? Or Portuguese, or Chichichong, or whatever the fuck it is they go.
Talking to these niggas. I'm at the top of the mountain.
I'm happy for you. Okay. What's on your mind, Rillo?
I wanted to speak on what Anton said.
Go for it.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know Anton personally. As you know, he's a pretty big name on YouTube, pretty big, influential, and he's very informative, whether you like him or not. He has a lot of polarizing arguments, but I find myself agreeing with most of his talking points more than disagreeing with a lot of his talking points. But I just think his particular perspective on this passport bro topic is unfortunately the mainstream view of how most people view the entire passport bro movement of losers that can't get women in their own country. So they go across seas and buy box. I think he, go ahead. Go ahead.
I said, of course they do. Yeah. No, I'm saying, of course they do. I was agreeing with you. I think a lot of people view the passport movement as that, but that's by design.
Right, but so here's the thing is like he's not really ingratiated enough in the actual travel space to know the actual nuance and the black and white areas of like what the actual travel space and passport bro movement entails. Yes, that is a pretty big element of it, but I've met a lot of guys that don't have any trouble with women at all, that just genuinely love traveling and love getting a better overall women rather than just getting the the easier fruit on the tree to pick. Long story short, so I think Anton's just he's ill informed, and he's not well versed enough to really have an opinion on this passport bro movement at all. Honestly, he's not in the space. He's more in the red pill journalist news regular space basically. So it'd be like asking a firefighter about culinary arts. He's just not well versed enough to even have a great opinion on this topic per se, but I will give it to him. He is educated on a lot of different things outside of the actual passport bro movement, though, for sure.
Like what?
I mean, like, if you watch his shows, he does like the red pill, the relationship dating advice, the money management, the financial literacy, real estate development, like, business moves. He has a big audience. He's, like I said, his show and the things he speaks upon is like, it's multifaceted, whereas like people that's in the actual travel space / passport bro space, like we're more like one niched basically. So I wouldn't watch Anton Daniels trying to figure out stuff that's more like travel related, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Basically.
Well, here's what, and I'm gonna put together what you just said in a succinct way, so you could get how it's very. That what you just said is very detrimental to Anton Daniels, and I don't think that was your intention, but I'm going to explain to you how. By saying that he's not very versed in, the passport bro lifestyle, and he's speaking on passport broism from a stance of ignorance. However, he speaks on other topics. We can embrace the possibility that he's just as ignorant on other topics that he is on Passport Bros, yet he speaks as if he is an expert. You are saying that this is a guy who speaks as an expert on stuff that he has no expertise about. It is possible that he's doing this. It is possible, yes, sir. It is possible that he is doing the same thing in other topics.
Right. But what I'm saying is I agree with you. He's speaking like he is an expert on this particular topic, but what he's saying has more validity to it because he's sharing the same viewpoint of what most of society views the passport bro space as. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like if you know a person that don't know there's more, nuance to the actual space, you would just agree with what Anton is saying because it's kind of like, all rappers are thugs. If you don't really know like rap like that, you will just go along with that same, that same viewpoint of it. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like people that listening to Anton, right. But like what I'm saying is like people that's listening to Anton on this particular topic, they're going to take his word for it because they're not even well equipped to even speak on it. You get what I'm saying? Like they're just going off what they're hearing. You see what I'm saying? So
I do understand that. And what I'm saying that he can't apply that philosophy, to everything that he says and does. If you take general understanding and general knowledge and apply it to say real estate, and speak on it as if you're an expert, really the people aren't getting expertise. They're just getting general information, which can have a significantly negative financial impact.
Right. Because so we agreeing. Yeah, I'm agreeing. We're saying the same.
No, but what I'm saying is because once again, I think your intentions towards Anton Daniels is wholesome, but I think that you don't realize that you're saying that people shouldn't listen to him for anything. When you really
I'm saying
I know that's not what you're trying to say, but I mean, if a person is willing to speak as an expert when they're not, then you should really question everything that they speak on because there's
not necessarily. I mean, because if you got enough for common sense, I mean, like it's some points Anton Daniels has made that I was like, damn, like the way he put that together, I was like, he made me see other sides of stuff that I maybe not have looked at it from that perspective. So I'm not gonna say just because he's talking crazy this time, he's been talking crazy on the other things. Like it's other points he's made as far as like red pill points about taking single mothers seriously. Like I'm subscribed to his channel. I listen to him. His video pops up even in the algorithm, even if you're not subbed up to him. So,
what did he say about taking?
I mean, he's saying that
about taking single mothers seriously.
I mean, he's saying that you shouldn't take single mothers seriously because it's a liability if you don't have your own children. That's one of his talking points. But I mean, and I agree with that. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like I said.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You do understand that in the Black community, there's more single mothers than there are single fathers, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that if every Black man was to get with a Black woman, the only way that would be possible is if some Black men without children get with single mothers. You do realize that part as well, right?
Yeah, I get it.
So when he says that you need to come back home, it is your destiny. Is he also saying that for those Black men, it is your destiny to be with a single mother?
No, I don't. No, that's not what he's saying.
And how can you do that when? Okay, let's just say you go to a party or something, right? And someone says it's your destiny to get with a girl from this party. However, at that party, 30 guys have kids and 20 guys don't, and 50 women all have kids. You're basically saying that it is destined for 20 guys without kids to get with 20 women with kids. You see how the math doesn't add up from this businessman? If it's our destiny to be with, right quick, if it's our destiny to be with a Black woman, a Black American woman, then it is our destiny to be with it is the destiny of many Black men to be with a single mother.
Right, but it's plenty of Black women that don't have children at all that you can select from. I get what you're saying. The numbers. I get what you're saying. Right, but I get what you're saying. It's more women in totality, so every woman ain't gonna get a man regardless. That's the point. So if you're gonna get a woman, you would rather her not have any kids at all versus a woman that has kids from two prior situations. That's the point. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, it doesn't change the fact that it's going to be a liability. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's saying it's a liability for now. He's changing his position if the man has his own children and he's getting with a single mother to make a blended family. But he's saying in a specific situation where a guy doesn't have children and a woman has children, it's a liability for the man that's coming into that situation without children to take that woman on that has kids, basically. You see what I'm saying?
There are more childless women. There are more childless men than there are childless women, meaning that they're going to be meaning that there are going to be men. If every childless man got with a childless woman, there's going to be men that are left over. What should those men do?
I mean, it's statistics that show it's more women than men in general. So there's statistics that say it's more women.
There are more childless men than childless women. Yes, there are more women in general, by very few, and those tend to be older. However, there are more childless men than there are childless women. So if every childless man was to get with a childless woman in our community, what would the remaining childless men have to do?
Right, but your point is mute because it's still more women in totality, though. You see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I understand that there are more women in the world or in this country. I understand that. We're not talking, even if you account for that, there are still more childless men than there are childless women. So once again, where would the additional childless men go?
You trying to make it, see, the way you setting it up is like you gotta choose, you're gonna end up with a single mother regardless, and that's just not the case. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that. That's what he's saying. By saying that,
I don't think that's what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
He did say that you need to come home, that you are destined to be with these women. He did say that. So once again, that means that black men, you are destined to be with subpar women. Now that's his dating advice. You say he also gives dating advice. That's his dating advice, to eventually get with subpar women, women that he knows is subpar because, as you stated, he said that. I'm going to assert something, Jay Rillo. I'm going to assert that Anton Daniels, because part of what he does is, as you say, give dating advice, he understands that passport bros don't necessarily need dating advice. Therefore, he is banking on a lot of brothers remaining in a constant state of misery. Therefore, they come to him for an exit out of their misery that doesn't exist. That's what I'm going to assert.
I mean, I guess, I mean, you can assert it that way, but I just look at it from a more concise point of view. He's saying, you know, dating a single mother is a bad deal for a single guy, and it's you know, it is what it is. But as far as the passport bro, it is what it is. You know, see, my thing is, like, I don't have that issue because you know, when I go out, yes, it is a lot of single mothers, but I still can find plenty of women that don't have any children at all that's attractive. So, I mean, like, even my own anecdotal experience is still, you know, it works when you extrapolate it to the mass people. So I don't just hear stuff, and I like to base my own life experience off of, and that with what people are saying, that makes the actual point more factually based, instead of just being like, oh, what Anton Daniels said is, I'm not one of those guys that just hear something and it's like, take it as the gospel. I have to have my own experience to back up and give validity to what people are saying, for sure. I ain't gonna lie to you. So that's the way I'm carrying it. I like Anton Daniels. I've been on this show before.
Okay.
When I went viral, he's been nothing but cordial to me. Like I said, we don't talk every single day, but I know him personally, and I don't think he's a bad guy. Like I said, I think he does have a lot of great information to dispense, but you know, I think 100% he's just misinformed on this particular topic. Long story short, for sure.
I think that a lot of people are misinformed about passport bros, and I think that the reason that they're misinformed is because of people like Anton Daniels. I don't think that Anton Daniels is the recipient of misinformation. I think that he's a dispensary of it.
It's a lot of people that
I'm
rule
curious.
out a lot of. Go ahead.
Go for it.
No, go ahead. No, I'm saying it's a lot of people that basically rule out a lot of his dating advice because, I mean, he's been married to the same woman, I believe, for over 20 years. And I can tell when somebody's informative and informational. I don't think that you know have to be an inmate to tell somebody you need to stay out of jail. You know what I mean? So I can take advice from even people that I may or may not have less respect from, as long as it seems valid and it's based in some type of reality. So that's
this
my overall take.
I get it. This information is not valid or based in any type of reality. It's just him saying so.
I mean, it is. It's based in the perception of how the world views what he's echoing. He's echoing the sentiments of how the general society views the passport bros, losers that can't get women in their own country. That's the talking stance he's speaking from.
Why would you follow someone that's just echoing society's sentiment?
Because I'm saying he might be off center on this particular point, but that doesn't take away the validity from him being well versed in other topics, is my point. That's my whole point. Like, he's off here. Don't get me wrong, but it's other cases where I'm like, he's spitting. You get what I'm saying? Like for real, for real. So I mean,
Let's take
like
a look at his story.
I didn't agree
Let's
with
do it.
everything
Let's
Kevin. I didn't agree
take a
with
look at his
everything Kevin
shows,
Samuel said.
which many of which I've watched.
I didn't agree with everything Kevin
Um,
Samuel said. But it was certain things Kevin Samuel said that I was
nor did I.
like, he's spitting. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, like it's people that worship the word by word. They worship Kevin Samuel, the ground he walked on, and I was kind of like, most of the stuff he said was, you know, whatever. But like I said, some things he did say, I was like, he basically what you just said is how I felt my entire life about this particular topic. You see what I'm saying? So that's just, you know, that's just with anything. I'm not going to 100% agree with everything anybody is saying. It's rare that you actually do in life, but I just think this is one of those times where he's just echoing what society, how society views Passport Bros in general, for sure, for sure.
Okay,
Because
I
what he
understand
said, I
that.
was
When a
just like,
platform as large as him, with a platform as large as his, he's actually, you know, once again, he's actually, you know, part of the reason why society feels that way. And he's encouraging society to continue to feel that way. I'm curious why someone like yourself, because you have slept with single mothers, correct? And you continue to do so, correct?
yeah.
So, what dating advice did you get from Anton Daniels that you took to heart?
No, I didn't. It wasn't take to heart. It's certain things he said that I have agreed with 100%, and
Did you
that
use
was
any
I
of
just
it?
did I use any? Or I mean, what do you mean used any?
Well,
Like
okay, so he give advice that you know you shouldn't mess with single mothers, but you mess with single mothers. So you didn't take that advice. What advice did you take?
no. When he said it's a liability for a single man to take on a single mother, I agree with him. I didn't go and wife up a single mother. Like I won't because I automatically feel this way. Like this is how I feel.
What are
So
you
I'm
gonna
not
wife up?
even going. I'm not gonna wife up a single. I don't have children. Like I don't want to take on.
I get it.
I just wouldn't
What
put myself. I wouldn't put myself in that specific situation to be a stepfather. Like
I
because I
get it.
just I want my
What
own
are you gonna
children.
wife?
I want my own children. You know what I mean?
I
Like
understand
I'm
that.
not.
What are you going to wife up?
I'm a woman, preferably a woman that doesn't have children. Like that's going to be first and foremost. I mean, obviously, a woman with some morals, you know, putting God first, God fearing is nice. You know, it's certain characteristics I look for in a woman. I don't. I'm see. I know you know my channel, and I know you know like I dibble and dab. A lot of my audience is you know crossover travel space passport bros, but
Mhm.
like people that watch me, they know like I do travel entertainment, so I'm not really looking for to settle down right at this moment. And one of the reasons I started my channel was I didn't necessarily want to find better one. I still think it's amazing, great, beautiful women here in the United States. I'm not one of those people that think every woman is just, you know, tarnished beyond repair here in the United States. So I'm just kind of like in this spot where I'm like I'm different from most traveling content creators that you're gonna come across 100% for sure
How so?
because I don't share the same ideology of these Western women are fruit of the poisonous tree. And that mind frame, I despise that mind frame. I don't think that I don't think that you're gonna absolutely have to go across seas to find a great woman to spend the rest of your life with.
And you feel that that's what Passport Bros believe?
I believe that's one of the main tenements of the passport bro movement is these westernized women and these Americanized women are are you know they're not they don't make great long term wives. Long story short, so I think I mean it's just more than that, but that is one of the tenements of what the passport bros believe in 100. I mean that's really the main thing. That's what's really started the whole movement. Get your passports. It's really that bad. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
So, um,
Well, let me ask you.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that 100%. I don't, for sure.
Well, no, I don't think that. Though I do believe that they feel that there's something culturally wrong with Western women. I don't think that they feel that it's all inclusive. In fact, I think that each one of them, if given the opportunity with a decent American woman, then they would just stay here with her, or a multitude of her. So, and I don't know, I'm not going to speak for the Passport Bros, but I do know that if you have that ideology, that it is slightly different than the rank and file understanding of Passport Bros. I do understand that. I want to talk about for a second what he said about the woman that we are destined to be with is, and I'm paraphrasing, but is Black American. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think the woman that
I
you're
mean,
destined to be with is a Black American woman?
I understand the tenement of what he's trying to say, because I feel
Explain
like
that
a
part to
Black
us.
American woman may not be a. I feel like he's trying to say it's no other woman on planet Earth that's going to be able to understand the Black American man more in depthly than our own Black American women, because
Mhm.
just from the socialization and the programming of the United States, it's just tough to go to Africa and think you're going to find a woman that's going to be able to really, really understand. You go to Asia and the girl, you go get an Asian chick, she might not understand why you're scared while you're getting pulled over by the police, but an African American woman would. So I understand what he's trying to say. If you disagree or agree with it is another conversation, but I kind of I kind of feel him a little bit as far as like how our own Black American women probably would be our best partners overall, because they understand us more deeply than any other woman in any other demographic. 100%. I get him what
Gerald,
he's trying to say. For
Gerald, I got a question to that.
Okay, so what? Right quick, Azrael. When you were in Africa and you were in Kenya and you walked up to that Kenyan woman who is the most attractive mid woman that you've seen there, it's at least according to you, and you shot your shot, and she said, "Nigga, I'm leaving," and I think that she is wildly familiar with Black American culture. I think that she understands why a person in your situation would be nervous about the cops. And I think that she just don't give a shit. And not only that, I think, in fact, I'm certain that many, if not most, Black American women feel the exact same way. That yes, they understand you. That doesn't mean anything. Put it like this:
so
Do you enjoy the company of women overseas over the company of domestic women there in Gary, Indiana?
yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so understanding your plight really doesn't help. It also, quite frankly, if you don't have a plight, they
It
really
does
have less.
help.
Oh, it helps.
It does. It helps a
Okay,
lot. Like I
okay. Well,
use that example about being pulled over by the police. You know what I'm saying? Like a chick, you get a chick from Thailand, she has no idea why you're nervous, versus a Black American, she understands why you waited to pull over in the street light and you drove 10 minutes out the way. You see what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things to where it's like cultural difference versus
But
cultural difference, if that makes
here's my
sense. And
thing.
you know what I'm saying?
so right quick, Azrael. So you're saying that Black people are united through oppression.
It's certain things that's going to happen to you socially here in the United States that
I
another
understand that.
woman in another culture she's just not going to be able to understand
No,
or relate, and that might be frustrating over a long period of time. That's my
I, I
point. You get what I'm
I
saying?
understand. I understand that, J. Real, but follow my logic for a second. You're saying that Black men and Black women are closer because of our oppression. Being afraid of the cops is a result of our oppression. You're saying that we're closer
Yeah,
because of our oppression, right? Okay. That
I'm
being
using that as an
said,
example. I'm
I
using that
I
as an
understand.
example.
I understand.
And I
Follow
don't,
me,
but I don't want to make it seem like I'm
brother
talking.
J.
It's a
Real.
slight delay. It's a slight delay. That's why I didn't want to make it seem like I'm talking over.
I'll let Azrael rock in a second. But by that logic, because black men and black women are united by oppression, then black women have a vested desire to keep black men oppressed, to maintain that unity.
That's what you got from that? I don't think.
Okay, so if black women have this advantage because black men are oppressed and afraid of the cops, then what do they do when they come across a black man like myself who is not afraid of police? I'm not afraid of police. What do they do?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're afraid of the police or not. You get pulled over and you're by yourself and you're black. You know your life is in danger. It doesn't matter. That's the point. You see what I'm saying?
My life is in danger.
It doesn't matter if you feel like that. It doesn't matter if you feel like that. It just is. Like, that's the point. Like, George Floyd probably felt like his life wasn't in danger, and you see what that happened. You said it was in danger. What I'm telling, listen. What I'm telling you is this:
he felt like it was in danger because it was in danger.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter what you feel like in that moment.
The last time I seen the police was when I called them to get rid of a black bitch.
I feel like we're going off on a whole nother tangent.
You got it, brother.
I want to ask a couple questions to J Rello real quick. So this is my issue, right? Honestly, in your honest opinion, do you think it's healthy for a person in a relationship for two people to bond over trauma?
Is it healthy to bond over drama?
Yeah, if I say, hey,
probably not. Yeah, probably not.
So when I say that, I think not only do I think it's a bit weird, but I think it's a very negative way to start to build a foundation of a relationship. If the only thing I can relate to you, for example, is like if me and you became friends because both of our parents were on drugs or something like that. I'm just speaking hypothetically. That wouldn't be necessarily the greatest. That would be a trauma-filled and very, how should I put it?
Trauma bond.
Yes, yeah, it'll be a trauma bond, but it'll be a very incendiary, I believe that's the word, relationship. Whereas though it's very sensitive and it will spark a lot of negative emotions, right? So if I tell you the only way we can relate to each other is through negative experiences or negative emotions, that is not necessarily a healthy relationship.
Right, but in that same token, it can extrapolate some positive emotions too from those negative experiences. You see what I'm saying? It's because you got a woman that understands what a hot comb smells like on a Sunday morning. Like you got to understand that counts for something. You guys are like, y'all not even looking at the nuance of everything. Y'all looking at it like you can get better quality women.
Hold on, Jay Rillo. They have not smelled a hot comb since the invention of weed. All right, let's be clear on that. They have not smelled a hot comb since the invention of Gorilla Glue to stick in their hair. They have not smelled a hot comb since they invented wigs. Let's not pretend like we're dealing with 90s.
So we just hate our own women. We hate our own women now. We hate our own women now. Our own women are the worst thing ever.
It's not a matter of hate. Like he was saying, that trauma should not be our bond, and we should not love someone based on the struggle. That means that you fall in love with struggle. It means that you never have any motivation to improve, because the more you improve, the more you pull away from your mate.
If I could add on to that, I will argue that black men and women in America have much more in common, much more to build from, other than if they can relate to the smell of a hot comb.
Yeah, and let me just say this too. I wanted to add on to what I'm saying, right?
Agreed, maybe.
Shout out to you, Marcus. But I want to say this. Do you ever hear Jewish people say, hey, we're going to relate to each other through the Holocaust? Like, yeah, they remember it and they use it as a foundation for their culture. But when they're having a relationship,
God's chosen, and for the apostrophe.
I apologize. For God's chosen, you don't hear them say, oh, the catastrophe that happened in the 20th century. Oh, we're going to this is how we relate to one another. That's not, you don't hear Japanese people say, oh, we're gonna relate to each other through Hiroshima. Like, no, that's weird. And mind you, this
The
happened
Big
in the
Bang. The Big
exactly.
Bang.
I'm sorry, the Big Bang. The thing that the Nihonjin people think, Nihonjin people are not gonna relate to the Big Bang, right? Which happened less than 100 years ago. So it's like when I hear us talk about slavery, oh, she don't know, she wouldn't know how to relate to you because of sense of slavery. It's just weird. And another thing too, this is my biggest issue. If what you're saying is true, then why do black women still call the police on dudes? Like, look at Sha'Carri Richardson. She was not relating to her boyfriend saying, "Oh, no one's gonna love you like a black woman do because we can't relate. You can relate to when you interact with the police." Meanwhile, she called the police on him when
Or,
You
or
got
you
a
can use
point.
you can use the most recent one where that
Which
black
is which
streamer
is a
girl
crime, by
called.
the way.
Well, Passport Creed,
Yeah,
hold up. Let's give Marcus the mic for a second. You
What
got
you
a Marcus.
mentioned with Sha'Carri Richardson, that's a crime, by the way. I think brothers should start holding not just sisters, but just American women in general more accountable for the abuse of law enforcement and the
Exactly.
weaponization of law enforcement for petty domestic issues. That's my thoughts on that. Um, I didn't want to just come in and hijack the conversation because I had to get to my destination first, and I kind of missed a lot of what was covered maybe within the last 20 minutes.
we'll say what's on your
No,
mind.
you good. You good.
Um, as far as the Anton Daniels situation, I have a lot of respect for the brother. I think we should be proud of him for his accomplishments, but I don't know him personally, but I was one of the first people to kind of call this contradiction and this back and forth thing out with him because I know he's more intelligent than that, first and foremost, but more importantly, he has an interview with Aaron Ferris, which is the brother who came up with the Facebook group Passport Bro. This was like once that term became popular. It was during 2020, during the scandemic, pandemic, or whatever. Um, he had Aaron on the show, and Aaron gave point after point after point. This is where this came from. We've actually been having these conversations before um, Passport Bros was the name. It was just a lot of factors in that year within I guess what we could say within the past 5 years that made this take off the way that it did. But none of this is really new. It's just striking a nerve with people that have a vested interest in keeping American men, black men in particular, in the situations that they've been in for, I would say, generations with a lack of information. There's no reason we should be limiting our ability to travel, to align ourselves with international I don't know. I guess you could say other cultures, other people that we may have some common ground with. And there's nothing wrong with staying at home as well. But why are we tearing down each other for just exploring options? You're not going to make that make sense to me.
It doesn't make
And wait,
sense.
the last thing I want to say, I'm going to step back after this. This is always and I'm not saying this about anybody on this panel. I'm saying overall, we only get to have these conversations on a low vibrational state. When I'm traveling, I'm sure Jay Rello can speak to this. And the other brother, if he got any international experiences, when we are sitting around in these places, we having breakfast, we going out ATV riding, and just being a tourist, so to speak. We're not talking about smashing all the time and mangoes all the time. That's a hot topic that will get people's attention coming from a low vibrational state. But
Right.
most of the time when I'm around brothers, we're talking about the differences in the food, the differences in the music, the weather, the health journeys for brothers that's been living overseas. We're talking about business opportunities. We're talking about the way it feels having to come back into the matrix. It's a mixed feeling of, man, I got to go back to this crap. And it's maybe a source of inspiration or extra kick to get you to come back and navigate through the nonsense that we know. you don't get to have these conversations on the internet because we can't get past cheeks. And I'm very disappointed in the way that Anton is like creating a straw man fallacy to paint every brother traveling in this bad light, as if that's the only reason brothers travel, as if he's never heard these success stories, as if he doesn't know the benefit to brothers and sisters getting out of this system. We know this already. We know what we dealing with at home. And I think you can do both. You can you can fight the good fight at home, and you can also go to other places to see what opportunities are available to you.
But,
It would be, yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I will say that,
I
but
appreciate that.
it's a very disingenuous argument because I get it. I don't have a YouTube channel. I have considered making one just for the fact that I hate when people say, and this is no offense to Jay Rello, and I don't want you to take it personal. Jay Rello travels, I travel, but the way I travel is not the same as what Jay Rello does, right? And like I said, this is not towards you. Jay Rello, when you don't have you it's been a minute. I would assume that you've ever been to Europe, right? Or have you been there before?
No, I haven't been.
Exactly. So I've been to like at least 10 countries in Europe. I've traveled mostly to Europe because it's one of the more affordable flights coming from New York, right? So when they say they'll say, oh, they're like, oh, look at what so and so is doing.
And you like white women. Don't forget that point too. Go ahead.
I like it all, brother. Come on, I like a
But you prefer white women, right? Come on.
No,
You prefer white women. You take all
bro,
of
you
Europe.
don't even know, bro. I'll be in Rio in February, my dude. No, like niggas always assume I like. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I mean, if you
Well,
like
it
white
doesn't-
women, ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know, it's better than the
You
Greeks.
don't
but
fancy
it's
white
not-
women. That's facts. That's just facts.
Can you remember your point? Because I really wanted to hear that. You said you go to Europe because it makes more sense coming from New York. You was going somewhere with that. I wanted to hear your point.
it definitely it's definitely more affordable than me going. And I've been to Tokyo and I've been to other Asian countries, right? But if you're coming from the West Coast, it's gonna be cheaper going from there. But if you can go, literally, my ticket to Lisbon for like 12 days was like less than $500, right? I spent less.
Nice.
Right. So, and as somebody traveling just by myself, it's going to be more affordable. So they're going to be like, oh, he's just going to a third world country. Like, no, I'm going to places like Amsterdam, Lisbon, Paris. I've been to Paris like almost like 5 times, right? They're not going to ask somebody like me, be like, hey, when you're in Paris or when you meet certain people, like, what are you doing? Like, I was in Lisbon. I met people from Mozambique. I met people from Angola that I have their WhatsApp and everything. Met people, younger white dudes and a couple younger white girls and like younger college students. They're from Germany. One of them is from Belgium. I said, hey, when I'm in France the next time, I'll come and take a train ride over to Belgium to visit you for the weekend. He was on the phone with his parents and they're like, oh, come and meet this dude. Like, he's an American from New York, right? They're not going to ask me about questions about somebody that's traveling and making these connections. They're going to be like, oh, Jay Rello is in Sasua again. Oh, look at these passports. They're not going to do any kind of discovery and research and to say, hey, yes, we know Jay Rello's in DR, but what about everybody else? What about Marcus? What about Andre or Andreas? What about BMT? BMT was in Thailand and Cambodia and Vietnam. Like, it's a disingenuous.
But yes. They actively ignore the people that have more to offer than the usual or whatever they want, whatever they're fixated on. And I had to come to accept that people kind of see you how they want to see you. And you gotta, I don't want to say leave them where they at, but some people you definitely do have to leave them where they at.
People
Well,
think.
let me ask this, because I want to get Passport Creed in here, and then Jay Takashi. Let me ask Jay Rillo this. You described the women in Kenya as mid. Would you say that there exists somewhere a white woman that looks better than the rank and file Kenyan woman?
100%.
So,
Man, that's crazy.
So in some cases you do prefer white women over black ones, right?
I mean, who is ever the more attractive between the black or the white women in question? Yeah.
And I agree. And I
I
think that
guess
most
that
men
is a
feel that way. I
distinction
think
to
that
be
attraction
made.
is an individual thing, not a race thing. But
Exactly.
No,
And
but
I'm
yeah,
not saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying beauty is, as much as people say it's subjective, it's objective. I mean, nobody's gonna look at Beyonce and say she's ugly as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
this is
just
true.
some women just have it. If she's black, white, brown, it's just, it's just that natural beauty that, that I'm not. This is what I'm saying. Like, we gotta be like. That's how we have these disingenuous conversations, because we can't just take out the fact that guys have a natural preference for the women of these countries that they're visiting, and that's just facts. To take that
No,
I
out,
got.
you're
I
not
got a
just talking
question.
facts. You know what I
it,
mean?
I
it
got
is
a
true.
question
And
for
I'm
J-Ro.
just saying I don't feel a brother should be shamed for that. Marcus, real quick, and then we're gonna go to Passport Creed.
Okay, well, let me just remind everybody, not to try to control the show, but here we go talking about women again. My question is a follow up for J Rello. Now, yeah, we may have certain beauty standards for women. Do you believe, or have you experienced any differences as it relates to what the women find attractive in the men? For example, have you gone to some places and you kind of fit the more um, desirable man compared to other countries?
Hmm.
Yeah, sometimes I felt like I was like the best option, 100%, being in the surroundings. But I just overall feel like it's a better respect for the men in general that the overseas women seem to get down pat versus this take it or leave it attitude that come with these American women, 100% for sure.
I
Oh,
got
I
you.
agree with you. I
Um,
agree with you on that. But I'm asking, like, have you experienced better treatment in some countries than others?
he said
100%.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah,
said yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah,
All right.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
that's something worth considering.
Let me get to Passport Creed because I mean I'm gonna say this, but Jay Rillo, I think that the respect factor really goes a longer way than the common struggle factor. So I'll leave it at that. Um, Passport Creed, you got it?
Can you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start with Anton. Anton
Okay.
wants to be the black male messiah, to think that he's a savior for all of us men. But too bad for us, majority of us travelers, our passport is our salvation. Now, going to Rello. Now, Rello, you might be able to lie, you might be able to get over on some of the people some of the times, but you will not be able to get over all the people all the time. See, I'm one of your first the your pandemic followers. I would say that. I'm one of your pandemic followers. Now, you said that Black America has pretty much what majority of Black men would need. Well, if you were leading by example, then you would not have to travel to do this entertainment, because I'm pretty sure it's a whole lot cheaper for you to travel to anywhere in the States for you to create content if you're a content traveler. Because California is a whole lot cheaper than you going to Thailand or Colombia or whatever. But you don't have to beat around the bush to just say that, hey, I'm just one of the guys that can't really get majority of the women that I want. Not no women, but I can't get the majority of the women that I want, and that traveling has a better option and more of an affordable option for me, instead of me just dibbling and dabbling with the majority of the Americanized women. Now, like I said, there's
That's
nothing
not
wrong with that.
true, and I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong. That's not
Hold on. I'm
true.
not
See,
done
if
yet.
I
I'm
said
not
that,
done yet. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Hold on.
I don't want you to move
I'm not.
past that point though, because that's a good
All right.
point.
All
Okay,
right.
That
go ahead.
is a
Go ahead.
really
Go
good
ahead. Go
point.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's a great point. I would be lying to my audience to say that was my experience. I still believe it's plenty of bad chicks I can get. I still believe it's still great women in my general vicinity. It's just my audience doesn't have any interest in Matrix USA content. My audience wants international content. That's like a rapper putting out rap music, and then he switches to rock music. You're like, bro, I listen to you for rock. You know what I'm saying?
Rello.
They listening to me for international.
I'm one of your
I get,
beginning
and I
followers.
know who you are. I
Hold
know
on.
exactly
Hold
who this
on.
is. This Mr. Charles, ain't it?
This,
This
this,
Mr. Charles, ain't it?
this exactly is him.
Okay, okay, bet. All right,
Okay.
bet. I knew it was you.
Hold
Let's
on.
go.
Now, like I said, there was other time when you brought some girls from Gary, Indiana, on your platform, and I think you still had a good amount of following. You got a bunch of
Oh,
cash apps
chicks
and
from
stuff like
Scary
that.
Gary. Lord have mercy.
Hey, I'm just speaking of the content. Speaking of the content,
That
you
was
know, there
that
were
was a
there.
once in a while thing. That wasn't an everyday thing. My content
I
has to
understand
be
that.
based. I
I
can't.
understand that.
They're not interested in no. If I did a Vegas fundraiser, it doesn't hit the same as we going to DR for the next 5 days. You see what I'm saying? Like that's just facts, bro. Oh my mom. That's. I mean, I'm trying to put it in a way you can understand it, but I can't offer my subs USA content when they're saying they want me to go to Thailand for 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yes,
different.
because because like I said, this is a travel space. But like I said, but
Right.
during your downtime when you got to come back to the states, make money, do another funding, you could still go to other areas where you say you're the Riz God, right? You say you're the Riz master.
They
You
don't
say
have
you're
no
Riz.
interest
You say
in
you
that. They don't have. I'm telling you, they
Well,
don't have. I've
Rello.
done it
Rello,
before.
you never
I've done
even
it
Rello. You
before.
no,
hey,
you have not.
All
I
right,
want to speak to that
passport,
too.
passport. Go ahead and land the plane on that because it's kind of going around. Like you're saying
Okay,
that
okay,
he's doing it for content. You're saying that he's doing it for other reasons. So let's
okay,
land the
okay,
plane on that.
okay, okay. Now, Game Changer was talking about uh, if every childless man got with a childless woman, what would the other childless men be successful to doing? Which was you already know what the only alternative if you want to date pretty much a black woman. You have to become almost accept being a stepdad. Now, tying into that, if you said that there's still more women out here, why did you personally go to Punta Cana to go wife up or take serious a woman from another country that had children if you says that you can every man can find another woman that doesn't have kids.
Entertainment purposes. It's good content, bro. That's
Come on,
that's the
man.
best
Hey,
answer. That's the best.
That's a
I
lie.
mean,
That's a
it's
can
good
lie.
I respond
content.
to
That's a
that?
lie.
Hey, can I
That's a
respond
It's
to
lie.
good
that?
content.
You
All right.
fell in love
That's
with her,
my
bro.
answer to that. Why would I do
You
that?
fell in love
Why
with her,
wouldn't
bro.
I
Okay,
do
It's
that?
okay,
That
okay.
okay,
sounds
okay.
lit. On
It's
my
it's
mama.
it's it's good content and good pussy. I'm pretty sure better than Gary.
It
But
wasn't
Right,
listen, guys.
expensive.
right.
I
It
agree with
wasn't
that.
expensive. J Rello, I, man, you got the right to put out the content you want to put out, and I understand that we do have some type of, even if it's like in our own mind, some type of obligation to give the audience what they want. But I'm only sharing this with you from my previous experiences. I've done a video in the DR as a sewer like 20, this could have been 2017, 2018. But that's when it was like super popping and Russ Taylor was out there and all that. That was one of the biggest videos I did. And part of the reason because I was showing all types of cheeks and stuff respectfully. And I tried to switch it up and say, like, okay, this is what you can do when you're not in the hot spots and whatnot. When I started moving on to trying to showcase businesses and brothers doing life changing experiences, my videos now get nowhere near the amount of traction as if I just showed chicks all the time. So you're right. You got a good point about that. I just want to respectfully offer this thought, something to think about. Like, at what expense? You might, yeah, it might be good for content, but what toll does that take on your integrity? This is what we're looking at with Anton right now. At some point, you got to find that space between giving the audience what they want and maintaining some form of integrity. Because I could get right back up there showing cheeks. This was the most traveling I did this year. But what am I doing? I'm showing, like, look at this Airbnb. Look at this tourist spot. Look at the price differences. Look how much eggs cost over here. That doesn't get anywhere. That's good information. But I want to maintain my integrity. And I learned back like what 6, 7 years ago. That's not the type of content creator I want to be. You got the right to be the person you want to be, but anything we put out can and will be used as ammunition against the whole. And that's all these people are doing. They're cherry picking anything that they can contort into making men traveling or passport bros. They want to use that as a pejorative to demonize and shame people back on the plantation. It's the same thing they did with the term woke, which was black consciousness. It's the same thing they've done with black fatigue. It's the same thing they've done with the Black Panthers. Every time brothers show up and we put, I guess you could say, our riz on something, the whole world pays attention to that. And with us traveling, we've had the opportunity to kind of reframe some of the negative stereotypes or even touch some of the places that don't even have a stereotype for black men. We got to really be in charge of our own image for a short time. And I think that's what they want to do, is to kind of take away from that and get ahead of the trend and stop brothers from having the success that they've had. That's my biggest concern. It's just something to think about.
I agree with you, Marcus. Right quick, passport. Then I'm gonna go to you. Then I'm gonna go to Jay. Right quick, Marcus. I agree with everything you said, but the Panthers. Being an Oakland brother myself, I know that they were fighting for a different breed of women that were worth protecting. That's the only thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, I'm looking along the lines of
like woke, all the modern stuff is for modern women. And I agree with you 100%. Panthers was on some different stuff because they were dealing with different.
A different caliber of what, yeah, I can see that.
Exactly. They who actually used the hot comb. Passport, you got
it. Like I said, Anton. I look at Anton like he just created content. I don't think he's really mean what most he says, because if anybody in this in the anti passport bro sphere wanted to really know about passport bro just traveling, they can literally find Zoom to Thailand. He was one of the first. One master teacher, aka Skylar. I don't remember his last name.
Oh, yes,
Andre Lover. BMT, Black Male Travel. Damn near even O'Shea. He's damn near expat. So most of these are like the traditional, authentic passport bro or expat that did it the correct way. I mean, some other guys.
Don't forget about Austin. You got to leave him in that.
Austin Holloman. He's one of the newer versions. But like I said, Rello, me, and some other guys, we're more weekend. Weekend we can get in it for a week. Then we got to come back to the plantation where they want us.
Yeah,
but
I'm in that same boat too.
But the plantation is not the only place, because if everybody had that plantation mindset to just listen to the house nigga, we would have probably never ever made it out of slavery or to greener pastures, because the house nigga was like, "Oh, we got everything we need over here from master." And then the field nigga was the one that says there gotta be something. There's a different utopia. We just have to find it. And then when that nigga come back on that nag, the house nigga's never gonna be content.
Why would he come back? I know it's a Django reference, but I don't think
to show them. If you come back on the nag and you show them like, "Hey, look, I'm on a horse. I'd have made it."
I got you, bro. I'm messing with you.
I mean, someone's coming back because
Marcus,
we'll
come back to you. Let me get to Jay. You've been waiting for a while.
Go ahead.
Hey, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
All right. First of all, shouts to all the cats on the panel. Dropping knowledge about history and things like that, because I think cats, that needs to always be fed for anybody who wants to want to travel, or also know where they're from. But I want to speak to the Anton thing first, and then but let me just say this real quick. Listen, I'm a 34-year-old cat, bro. Listen. I studied the English of Japanese. Like I said, I studied that language since I was young, and I got brothers who were in the military, who married Japanese women, literally, who've been over there for approximately 7 years now at this point. And it's like I know there are cats out there that like to travel, who that cats that experience new things out there. And the thing is, they're not worried about like, like this whole this labeling of, oh, you couldn't get a girl here, so you must be a lame motherfucker. I'm like, no, those cats went over there due to either military training, or that's where they were stationed, or hey man, listen, they went over there, came back to the States, got their fucking degree, they went back over there, started traveling, and then started noticing that there are different, there are options for them. Just so they can, and not just the women from the country that they're from, but also places that they never got a chance to ever experience. But besides that, let me get to the Anton thing. Now, Anton says like very intellectual things, and I love the brother and some of the knowledge he be spitting. But there's been like too many times I've caught him on some contradicting shit, saying either on one hand, yo brothers, if you can't, if you can't, if women, like I said, go where you celebrate it, not where you tolerate it. And then there's other times, and then there'll be another stream like a couple of months later, he'll say like, well, those dudes is lames because they couldn't get women here, so therefore they, such and such, and then he'll be like, well, hey man, y'all some weird motherfuckers. And then that's what I'll for my French. I don't know if I'm cussing here or not, but he'll say things like that, and it'll throw me off. I'm like, it's either you're like you're putting on a show normally, and like I said, he is an entertainer, so I got to take that with a big ass grain of salt when he says stuff like that. But his statements have to have weight to it. I'm sorry, bro. Words have to mean something when it comes to me. You can't just say that and expect anybody to know not say anything or contest you on what you're saying. Because I know too many cats who say stuff like that and they'd be like, oh nah, bro, I was just trolling. Bro, you still said it though. It doesn't matter. So I don't I'm like 50-50 on this, but I agree with the brother on here. I'm sorry I don't know everybody's names. I'm terrible with names. And like I said, the brother that has said like I don't understand what he means you shouldn't travel and all the other things. And I'm just like, you're not gonna get me to believe that that's a bad thing for cats, especially brothers who know how to travel, who are educated. So I don't understand.
Okay. Brother, you have a mic thing. I don't want to interrupt because you waited a long time, but you had a mic thing going on real bad, in and out. And then the sound of the plane is in the background. Yeah. But no, we get the gist of what you're saying. Anybody want to respond? Anybody want to respond?
I would say if he ain't speaking, maybe he want to mute up because that his background is kind of real loud. That's the only I'm thinking because I can hear his clip.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you got.
I'm sorry about the background. Oh, okay. Hold on.
Can you hear
No. Your mic's better now. I guess you must turn off that noise cancellation.
Oh, okay. Because I'm connected to my Bluetooth and I'm in my truck. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure I have any background noise.
Can I be heard? Can I be heard?
Yeah, you got it, bro. Go ahead.
All right. Shout out to you, GameChanger. Shout out to the panel. GameChanger, I heard you say this one time because I've been going back through the files of the Black Manosphere on Bernard Riley channel. And you brought up a great point on that channel that I'm going to apply to this situation. You were talking about one time on that channel about Black Men Free Agency. Black Men Free Agency. And you were talking about how people get upset when Black men exercise their free agency. And you did a masterful job of talking about tricking. I remember you were talking with some guy about tricking. And essentially, the guy was trying to shame Black men for tricking, and I don't do that. But it came down to one simple concept that applies to this. Black Men Free Agency. Let me tell y'all something, gentlemen, that all y'all need to hear, and everybody in the chat need to hear this. You are a free Black man. You have every legal right, moral right, ethical right, and spiritual right to date and mate with whoever you want, of any color, of any age, as long as they legal, anywhere on this planet, period.
Preach.
You cannot say that you support black male free agency and you hating on what the black man choose to date. That's an oxymoronic position. It doesn't make any sense. That's off the top. So right off the top, anybody that got any criticism towards what a black man do in dating and mating, and it's not illegal, ask them one question. Do you support black men having the right and freedom to date and mate whoever they want? Then why the hell are you hating on what they choosing to do? That's number one. Number two, Anton Daniels is the beginning. He's not the end. I'm going to say something on this panel that all of you guys need to hear. Right now in this country, as more and more black men choose to not fool with this dysfunctional community that we all come from, they're going to get desperate because they're looking for cleanup men. Somebody got to clean up this mess that these people have made.
Preach.
And the passport bros have said, guess what? This is what the passport bros have said. They've said, guess what? I know you think I'm lame. I know you think I'm a nerd. I know you think I'm into Asian culture. I know you think I'm into white women, Latino women, straight hair, skinny women, all kinds of stuff. And you probably very angry at me. You don't want to give me any time of day. But guess what? I'm not going to stay here and clean up your mess. That's what's going on here. Anton Daniels and others are angry because they want brothers that are millennial age. I'm a millennial, right? I would argue from Generation X, the middle of Generation X was about 51, 50 years old on down. X, Y, and Z, those black men have said, we are not going to clean up this mess. It's not going to happen. So he is the beginning. He's not the end.
Was your first point a shot at me, sir?
No, it's not a shot at anybody on this panel.
I was the only person that said something about somebody being criticized for dating women outside their race abroad. So that's
let me say
this.
He was making a point.
He was referencing conversations I had with Bernard Riley. I know it seemed like it was coming at you, and I
wasn't coming at you.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
But let me say this on that point though, and I'm gonna say this, and this is talking directly to you. If you say you support black men having free agency, then you cannot be against them choosing whoever they want to be with. That's cold.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that though. I didn't say that. I said part of the reasons why he was traveling back and forth to Europe is you would specifically have to actually like white women, and that was my point. I wasn't criticizing white women. I was saying the part of the reason why he likes to travel frequently to Europe was his interest in white women. It just makes sense. You're not going to
hold on. Let me just ask this. Is there something wrong with a black man who is primarily attracted to white women?
That's debatable. That's a very debatable.
I can think about that.
Right quick. Which side would you debate on?
I could see both sides, so I would kind of be like BA, but I could play either. So I could say you should stay true to your people, or I could say, I just like white. You see what I'm saying? It just all depends on why you like women. Do you actually think they're more attractive than black women on average? Do you? It's certain. It's a lot of nuance.
I'll put it like this. My primary attraction is Ethiopian women. I think that they're the most attractive women on the world, next to Eritrean, which is the same people.
Oh my God, Eritrean women! Oh my God!
Yeah, exactly. However, I do like the fact when I smack a white woman on the ass, I can see the handprint afterwards. I will never take that away from them. That is something that black women of any race cannot offer. And I don't think that we as men should be ashamed at liking seeing our handprint on a red white ass. There's nothing wrong with that.
You can find that on a few red balls. They got some red balls. They got some red
balls.
But
you gotta smack harder.
The yellow balls.
But you gotta smack harder. In order to do that, you gotta smack harder.
For that brother that said I can take two sides of the argument. Well, when you do that, that's an oxymoronic position to say you support black men having free agency. That there's no gray area on that. Either you support black men choosing who they want to date and mate with, or you don't.
I want to say this though. I have to say this. So, J. Rello, it's crazy to me. This is why I recommend, and I don't know what Man of Tomorrow is talking about, which is crazy to me because here's the thing. You guys don't even understand? This is why a lot of you guys need to travel outside of the Caribbean, and it's no diss, but you got to understand if a lot of the European countries colonized parts of Africa, don't you think that there are a lot of African countries that African people from specific countries immigrate to these countries? Like, I'll give you a prime example. You know how many people speak Portuguese? Like, you got people from Angola. I've made friends with people that are from Angola. I've made friends with people that live in that are from Mozambique. You have people from what's called Sao Tome and Principe, which is off the coast of Africa. And I didn't even mention any Brazilian people. I didn't even mention Cape Verdean people, right? So I went to Lisbon. You automatically assume it was nothing but white people. It's like there are enclaves of black people in these places, just like there's enclaves of black people in America. As a matter of fact, first time I went to Paris, I was shocked at how much black people were there. I can honestly say that there are probably more black people in Paris than they are in New York City.
My point is this. My point is real simple. It's real simple. Either you support black men dating whatever color woman he want on this planet, or you don't. You cannot say, I support black men free agency. I support them choosing to do whatever they want. But you know what, though? It's kind of sell out and coonish if he ain't dating a black woman. That's an oxymoronic position.
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's y'all missing the whole argument. You missing the whole argument.
What's the point? What's the point?
The point is, what is the disdain for our own American black women we have here? It's just like guys are like, you have no attraction at all to your own kind. This is mind-boggling,
bro. You're making no sense.
What are they doing?
See?
Okay. I'll respond to that. I'll respond to that because no one. It's not really a matter of if we're talking about physical preference, which is what you were stating about Azriel. You know, you're assuming that he had a physical preference. That doesn't mean he has disdain. Like I say, my physical preference is Ethiopian. It doesn't mean I have a disdain for, LA face and an Oakland booty. It doesn't mean that I'm against any of those things, brother. It means that, the things that I like, pouty lips, almond eyes, smooth skin, and, just their cheekbones and stuff comes in higher frequencies there than here. When it's a physical preference, it doesn't mean that you hate something else. It just means
that you can like one without hating the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Does everybody understand what the definition of dating freedom is? That's my question.
Yes, I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, but it's past dating freedom. This is outright goddamn discrimination at this point. These niggas hate their own black women, boy.
I don't know what's that's why they have the plantation rules.
Who are you talking about? Who
I'm talking about the way the general perception of how the passport views of black American women. It's just like no attractiveness at all. Like, bro,
they don't have to be attracted to the black American woman.
Understand this. Just like I say, the features that some men like are in higher concentrations in certain groups of women, right? Now, I will say this: the features physically that men don't like, are in higher concentrations in the black female American community. And that is fat. Yes. They're 80% fat or obese. That is hair. Men like natural hair. Men of all races like natural hair, maybe of varying textures, but they like it to be natural. That's something that, is not in high concentration in the black American female demographic, and then there is supportive and pleasant culture and demeanor. They don't have that either. And then there's good mothering, high cues, and a nice smell. Like, The things that we like, they do not have in high concentration.
That's
So,
not true, bro. That's not
J
even
Rillo,
true,
J Rillo,
yo.
I
That's
got a
not
question, Rillo.
true,
okay,
yo.
That's a cap, bro.
You know,
well,
This
I
man right here trying to
honestly,
ask,
bootleg the
bro,
black American woman,
let
man.
me
Shut
ask,
up.
well, J. Rillo, let
Listen,
me ask you this.
Rillo,
Let me ask you this. What physical features made the Kenyan women mid?
yeah, I want to know
they
that too.
overall, they just the attraction, they physical attraction wasn't there. But what I'm thinking is
Okay, so
at the
you do
skin tone. I
understand
think
that
it's the
some
skin tone.
places, no, I understand that, but you do understand that some places have higher concentration of physically unattractive women, right?
But that doesn't make no sense.
Right.
I don't think it's
You
just
just
that.
said
I
the
think it's
Kenyan.
the skin tone.
That
I
that's
think
that's
it's
his
our
that's his
I
personal
think it's
preference.
Skin
our
tone.
skin. It's our own black
That
skin. That's
what
my
What?
conclusion out of this whole situation.
that
Niggas ain't
So
wait,
you're saying
attracted
we're
to
so
their
you're saying
own skin
passport
tone no more.
GameChanger, can
so
you
you're
drop
saying
him,
passports
bro?
are
Can you
colorist.
please drop him?
is this the same person that was?
Passport bros are colorist sexually attractiveness. It's a part of their sexual attraction that is colorist. Yes, I am saying that on the live today
No
on
Now
my
hope, no
mom.
understand, yeah.
change.
Now
No hope,
somebody
no
could take
change.
that. Somebody could take that soundbite and turn it into a whole different situation.
It's facts.
What-
I don't care
I'm
what they
No,
I'm
said.
that's
That's
that.
facts.
let
Those are your facts. Very respectfully,
let me
those are
say
No,
your
that
this.
is
facts.
That's
Let
your
me
facts.
say
opinion.
this. I
Part
need to say
of
this.
what they're sexually
I don't
attracted
think
to is colorist.
I
Period.
do
On my
Okay,
not
mom.
think
okay,
I do
okay.
not think
Understand this.
y'all
Jay
Okay,
Rillo,
J.
didn't you
Rillo.
understand.
say? Didn't you say the
Well,
Kenyan
I
fellas,
women
don't
were
fellas,
think
right
mid?
y'all
quick, right quick,
understand what
right quick.
dating
J.
freedom
Rillo,
is.
J.
I don't
All right,
think
Hold on,
people
hold on,
understand
hold on, hold
understand what
on,
fellas,
dating
hold
fellas,
on,
freedom is.
guys.
I
hold
don't
up,
think you
J.
do. I
Rillo,
don't think
J.
you
Rillo,
understand what dating
J.
freedom
Rillo.
is.
Hold on,
When
wait,
a
wait,
Hold
hold on,
person
on,
say
hold on,
guys.
right
they
Hold
quick.
can
on.
do what
Hold
they
on,
want.
guys. Game
Okay,
Changer's
I'm
trying
gonna
to
have to
speak.
use.
Hold on.
All right, J. Rillo. If black men have a preference for light skinned women, so what?
That matters. That means something. So when you
What does it
got the
mean?
black women that are uproar and saying like we not getting chose by these men because they're not sexually attracted to them, that's valid now. That's the point. So the
Uh-huh.
own
I
women,
don't.
we gotta, you get what I'm saying? Like you gotta look at the
No, I don't
consequences.
get
Every
Okay, well,
decision has
Rello.
consequences behind it. That's the
okay.
point.
Well,
So
let
if
me.
you say
Rello.
I'm not sexually attracted to this colorist demographic of women, that alienates millions of women that have potential
Just
husbands
hey,
and fathers and
you
kids.
should
It
just
has a
say
ripple effect that
Wait,
you're
wait,
not even
wait,
understanding. So what
that
wait,
I'm
wait.
telling
resonates
you
with
on
you.
this live is, out of my trips and years of doing this, I have discovered that a large majority of the passport bros' sexual attraction is colorist by
Wait,
default.
but you
Mom.
started with
Oh,
yourself.
okay. Hold on,
Including
Marcus.
yourself.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Marcus. Hold on,
go
fellas.
ahead, go ahead.
All right. Let me say this. Let me say this. Okay. Um, who shoots down whom more? Dark
Damn, you
skinned,
beat me to it. I was just gonna
yeah,
say.
dark skinned black women or dark skinned black men.
Say what you
I'll
said again. That was to me. I thought
okay.
that was in
I'll be
general.
clear.
Or was that?
I'll be clear. Okay, so who shoots down whom more? Do dark skinned black women shoot down black men more, or do black men shoot down dark skinned black women more?
I mean, I wouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't have no real statistics for that. I mean, I would just be
And it
going
don't.
off my
Do
own.
And
you
it
really got to
don't.
think about it?
I mean, I feel like it's more black men shoot down dark skinned women now. The way I'm looking at it
Okay,
now, I ain't gonna lie to
See,
you.
this
okay.
one
I'm
you know
So
starting to
motherfucking
see
cap.
that
You
men
know
do
it's cap,
not
bro.
have a
It's cap.
sexual attraction for melanated women in general. And I didn't
okay,
know it was this
okay,
bad until I got into
Then,
this space. And I was
okay,
like, y'all
okay.
niggas
Rello.
then Rello,
really
then
don't
you're a
think
part of the
about
Okay,
it
problem,
like
right
that.
Rello,
quick, right quick,
because
fellas,
you've been
fellas,
going to the
fellas. Let me
Dominican Republic.
fellas. Hold on,
Okay,
Pastor
oh my
Patrick.
bad, my bad.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. Did a dark skinned woman shoot your ass down in Africa?
Yeah.
How many
Yeah.
Can
African
you
dark?
drop him,
How?
please?
Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. How many dark skinned African girls did you shoot down in Africa?
Everybody was dark skinned, so it like, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Like that's your
no. Listen to
Yeah,
me. Listen to me.
he
Listen.
we
himself
getting
called
off
Hold
them
the
on.
all
point.
men.
Hold on, Marcus. Hold on. So, everybody's dark skinned in Africa. So, did you get like a flock of Kenyan girls and you had to shoot them down, or were you flocking after the dark skinned women and getting shoot down when they say, and I quote, "Nigga, I'm leaving"?
What does this have to do with the point that a large
My point
demographic is
is
Answer
not
the
that
attracted to
question.
black women?
my point is okay, listen
What's
to
the
me.
point?
My point is that your whole theory that we're turning down millions of black women is bullshit. The
It's
truth
facts.
of the matter is
Thank
embracing
you.
dark-skinned women do not guarantee you one. They are not sitting at home with empty pussies hoping that Jay Rillo feels it. That is not what's going
Facts.
on. What's going on is that they just are looking for more niggas to shoot down. So if you're gonna get shot down, brothers, then you need to get shot down by your choice. I'm gonna go to Ethiopia and get shot down by a bad bitch.
You're damn right.
That sound
Exactly.
Not no
like
darky.
coke. That sound like some
Or
coke,
go to
man. That
Ethiopia and
sound
get
like
shot.
What
No,
about
coke.
no.
coke?
Go to Ethiopia
What
and get
about
That
shot
coke?
sound
down
like
under
coke,
different
man.
laws.
Why we just can't admit that niggas ain't attracted to black women because of
Because you
Nah,
socialization,
that
man?
choose.
I'm
Why
saying
Rello,
we
you
just
you,
can't.
can't say
I'm saying
that?
that
What's wrong with
black
saying
men
that?
are not obligated to. Black men are not
yes,
obligated to be attracted to
yes,
anything. I like what the fuck I like. And if I want
yes.
to watch two Asian women in the Philippines fight each other with swords, and then bow to me and say, have I pleased you, master? Then that is what the fuck I want. And I'm not
And
ashamed
that's
of
my
it.
Facts.
point.
If
Yep.
I want them to dress up like memoirs of a geisha,
My point.
I'm going to do that. If I want to put on a schoolgirl uniform and talk Japanese to me, then that's what the fuck I want, and I'm not going
Hey,
to
Facts.
apologize.
can I add to what
Facts.
Game Changer saying? I want to add on to what Game Changer saying. Now, I don't want to knock
Go ahead. Go ahead.
anybody
Go
in
ahead.
the panel. I don't want to knock y'all preferences. I love black women. I love black American women. In addition to that, I love the women in the countries that I travel to that rock with me. So I rock with who rocks with me. My question is, where are the black women at that's checking for me? That Game Changer beat me to that. I was gonna say that earlier. If I love black women, I'm from Chicago. I'm 5'5". I ain't never getting no taller. I make six figures. Single, no kids. I'm in good shape. Where are the women that's checking for me? That don't come with a bunch of
Hold on. Let me
baggage.
answer that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. What the masses will say is that it's your fault because you don't have enough game to get one of these black
Oh yeah,
women
yeah.
in America in
See,
your area.
and that's why they don't like brothers traveling because you can surpass all that. I don't have that
You're
problem in other
damn
places.
right. You're damn right.
Let me make myself clear, and I want to make this crystal clear because I don't know everybody's name, so I'm not trying to. I don't want to say no one's wrong name, but let me say this: Game Changer. That argument you just gave was the same argument I heard on Bernard Riley, and it was good. It was golden back then, and it's still golden right now. Let me say this: I'm gonna
Thank you,
make
brother.
it very plain and clear. If a black man in America wake up and say, I don't want to date someone who's smoky black, I don't want to date someone who's red bone, brown bone, nappy hair, curly hair, weave, dye, big, fat, Lizzo shape, whatever he say, my argument is real clear. He has every right legally, morally, ethically, and spiritually to choose to do whatever he wants, period. Either you
Wait,
support that concept or you don't. There is
I'm
no
with that.
gray
hold
I'm
area
on
with you
there,
now.
on that.
sir.
Hold
There's
on
no
now.
gray area.
If he's a real man,
Yeah,
you'll
we
be
ain't
able to get
falling
one of
for
these
that.
black queens.
We ain't
You'll
falling
be
for
able to
that.
get one of these black queens
Wait.
over
And
Let
there.
me
that's
add
what
on
I'm
to that.
saying.
Cause see,
Let me
go
fin-
ahead,
no,
go ahead.
let me finish. Let me finish, sir. Let me finish. Because that's the major problem. And Game Changer identified it 5 years ago on Bernard Riley, and it's still the same problem on his panel. We don't want to accept dating and mating freedom, especially for black men. We can't
Thank you.
accept it. We just can't accept that. So what if my brother show up at home with Lizzo? It's his house. He's paying for it. God damn it, he paid the cost to be the boss. That's his dick. I don't care. See, that's the problem. You cannot slide in some pro-black consciousness guilt trip of saying my people and this is wrong that you don't want to choose this skin color. It's his dick, his money, his life, his choice. Deal with it. There's no gray area on that. That's code, brother. That is rock solid code. You cannot say you support dating and mating freedom of anybody, especially black men, and you don't like what he bring home. Now, if he in your house under your roof and you putting food in his stomach, goddamn it, you can tell him whatever the hell to do. But I'm in my house in Southern California, in the mountains, 5,000 feet up. And if I want Big Booty Becky to come through, if I want Big Bitty Suane or Maria or whoever come through, that's called dating and mating freedom, sir. You don't have to like it, but you got to accept it. That's cold, sir. There's no way out of that. That's my point. And Anton Daniels does not want black men to have freedom. He wants you to come back to the community and clean up the mess. And the passport bros are saying, no thanks. We don't want to do that. We're exercising our freedom. That's it. That's my code right there.
It's also worth mentioning, coming back to the so-called community, you're also coming back to the laws that subjugate black men. You're coming back to the police harassment that we don't deal with overseas. You're coming back to the food options that we've already discussed.
Let me stop you right there. Let me make this. I'm gonna make it even clearer. There are only 3 laws in dating and mating in America. Only 3, and I support all 3. Number 1, you cannot grape somebody. We all know what that is. You cannot force anybody to be with you. Number 2, you cannot SA somebody, meaning you cannot date grape. You can't slip something in someone's drink. They have to give you consent. And number 3, the person has to be of age to give consent, i.e. pedo. I support those 3 laws. Let me finish, sir, because this is very important. This is very important, what I'm saying. I want to make it very crystal clear. In dating and mating in America, there are no rules and regulation outside of those 3 things. There are no rules and regulations. Period.
I respectfully,
in dating and mating, I want to make that very clear. So
I have to disagree on that.
There's some kind of rules against black men, and they're not on the books. Interracial dating is fully legal. Loving versus Virginia. All right,
brother,
y'all need.
I agree.
And GameChanger talked about. I heard him say. I kind of got this from him. Shout out to GameChanger. I got this from him from Bernard Riley's show. He had to tell.
Okay, I appreciate it. But,
okay, brother. So wait, you're saying paternity? But I agree with you on the first 3, sir. I'm speaking in regards to things that we may not consider laws, but they're policies that work against us. For paternity fraud, for example. Why are we still dealing with paternity fraud? Why are we dealing with biased family courts as it relates to child support and alimony?
Let me stop you. You're talking about and let me make it very plain again. When I say dating and mating freedom, I'm talking about the individual having the legal right to choose to do what they want to do in dating and mating. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, sir. I agree 100% with you on that.
All right. So because what you're asking about is a result.
Yes, the strings attached
from a choice. You understand?
Yes.
And there is consequences for choices. We already agreed to that. My point is very clear. There is no law telling black men that they gotta date American black women. Period. That's the law. That's a fact. You can't dispute that. And I'm also saying conceptually and theoretically, you cannot say you support dating and mating freedom, free agency, and you still trying to shame them and guilt them into dating somebody based on some ethnicity, country, or skin color. That's an oxymoronic position. You are completely off.
I do find it.
You are completely
surprising that Jay Rillo would say this of all people, because he called the entire country mid. So a country full of dark-skinned black women mid. So for him to say y'all don't like dark-skinned black women because we don't find the women in Gary, Indiana hot. That's I don't even know where to start to unpack that at, to be honest. I mean, I
can unpack it. It's real simple. I don't care if you don't like them because they got nappy hair. I don't care if you don't like them because they fat, because they got chicken pox skin, because they got red weave in their head. Whatever that man don't like, whatever that man like, he has every right, legal, morally, and spiritually, and ethically, to make his decision.
So do you think he has the right? Because I agree with you. He has that right, but what he's attempting to do is to take his own preferences and apply that to other people. That's what he did on this panel.
I got a response to that. That's called the quote unquote the classic. Oh, everyone got an asshole, and some stink more than others. That's his opinion. Period. Period. He can have that opinion. He has every right to have that opinion. But let me tell him something. Everybody got opinions like assholes, and some stink more than others. So that's all I want to make the claim. That's what I want to make on, because Game Changer, I think this is brilliant that you're making the same argument, which tells me that you consistent and true in what you're talking about. Go back and listen to Bernard Riley. Bernard Riley, in my opinion, that man need an award. That man channel had so many arguments on there that Game Changer, Alan Roger Curry, Obsidian, and Angerman and others, they were getting into real world situation, real tough questions, and they were finding solutions. And I heard this from Game Changer. Notice, I'm giving this man credit. And let me stop right here. It's a goddamn shame that nobody don't say King Sigma. King Sigma is the originator of the phrase Passport Bros. Go to his channel. That's a damn shame that nobody gives that man his credit. They don't give that man his fucking credit.
King Sigma has always been the people.
I would sue everybody who is infringing on. I hope he copyrighted that phrase. He came up with that. I did the history on the Black Manosphere. I know it. I'm new to this shit, and I know the real ones from the fake ones. GC, you a real one. You are a real one. You're making the same argument that was 5 years ago. So you cannot tell me you support Black American Men Free Agency and you don't like that they don't like dark-skinned women. That's what agency is, brother.
Does
Free
anybody here
agency
disagree
is
with
just
that?
No, I agree. I want to move to what's on the screen here, where he's saying, I like some red bones. They kind of have skin tone of what's that? Bella Hadis? What is that? Of the world. Okay, here's the thing. I don't really care much about a woman's skin complexion. And I didn't even know what a red bone was until I started talking to Southerners. Like, it's not a big deal. And Shay Sade could vouch for it. You know, Shay Sade is going through this whole back and forth with Chrissy and you know, over colorism. And Shay Sade is a dark skinned woman, and she says she has, you know, she has light skin. Well, right quick. She says she has light skin sisters, and you know, grew up in the same place. It's not a big deal. We grew up in a world where that's not even like a major beauty factor, and it's not, you know. So when people are using it as a shame tactics, it just roll off my shoulder because it's dumb. That's like the color of a car. The color of the car is really, yes, it's somewhat important, I guess, after all the other factors are taken into place that determines the value of the car. Then you'd be like, okay, with everything else in place, you know, it's electric, it gets this many miles per charge, it takes this long to charge, you know, it looks like this, it has these features in it. Okay, I'm gonna get this one. Do you have it in red? That's what it's like. It's not that big of a deal. And if they don't, that's okay, because you still like the car. It's not that big of a deal for people. And I know he's not necessarily a Southerner, but still, some people just got it in their head that it's a bigger issue than it is. It's not that big of an issue. I still don't even know what a red bone is. We just call light-skinned women light-skinned, and we don't have like 5 different names for light-skinned because y'all eat chillin'.
I got a roll, but shout out to you, GC. Shout out to everybody on the panel. I don't care what you like. If you like Lizzo, if you like Tyra Banks, if you like Beyonce, or if you like white women, I love white women. And ain't nobody gonna tell me what to stick my dick in. All right, you are free to do it. You're not on the plantation, black men. You are free black men. You can go wherever you want in the world. I support that 100%. And if you choose to stay here, and if you choose to be a cleanup man, don't come bitching to me about it, because I'm not cleaning up no mess. I gotta roll, y'all. Peace out, man. Shout out to you, Game Changer. Shout out to you, brother. Gotta go.
All right, peace. Make sure you hit that like button before you go.
Oh man, I got a headache.
Peace. I don't think any of us disagree with the brother.
Oh, on what part? On what point?
When he was basically highlighting your initial point that you can't be both at the same time of wanting to advocate black male agency, free agency, and at the same time saying come back to the plantation. I agree with him 100% on that. And he gave you credit saying that you mentioned that on Bernard Riley's channel. I don't think, well, y'all can let me know if anybody disagree with that. I mean, I'm 100% with him on that.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree
I've
with
said
you.
it on my own channel a long time ago. I'm pro options for men.
I
Listen,
just
what I'm
want
saying, what I'm saying is, we as black men, we definitely need to reassess what we seek in a mate. This whole, oh, I love her because we struggled together, or she
trauma
understands my
bonding.
struggle.
Yeah.
That doesn't increase the value of a woman. Or I love her because, if I don't, I would be brainwashed or colorist. That doesn't increase her value, which is why
If I
black
don't
women
get
have,
with her, I hate her. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Which is why black women haven't been working on their value. They feel like they don't have to go to the gym. They don't have to lose weight because, I'm gonna get a dude because he's struggling, because he's afraid of the police. So he gotta come to me. I mean, and we're making it clear, and this is what the passport bros are doing, and brothers like myself, we're making it clear, like, listen, I don't have to deal with you because I'm afraid of the cops, which I'm
Right.
not. I mean, so y'all got to come different. Y'all got to come with some collarbones.
Right.
Y'all got to come with the slim waist, pretty face with the big one. Y'all have to. It's
You either
not
gotta compete or complain, and it's a whole lot of
exactly.
complaining.
You know what's funny? I was on Platch stream, right, and they were talking about the same exact thing. That a girl came on there, and she said, "Oh, black people don't like each other in Arizona, and basically on the West Coast, right?" And basically, what she's trying to say is that, oh, black men don't date black women in Arizona. I'm like, no, that's not true. I said the issue is that if you're on the West Coast, you have, as a black woman, you have to be in shape because the type of men that you want, they have their options because it's not like Atlanta or Alabama, or as Game Changer loves his favorite state, Mississippi. You're dealing with women that are from Asia. You're dealing with biracial chicks. You're dealing with white women. Dealing with Hispanic women in those areas in LA, San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, all them places, right? And of course Arizona. You can't just be a regular degger black woman like you are in Atlanta and think, oh, I can just pick a black man gonna pick me. There's competition to be had, and the kind of man that you want is not just gonna settle for you. That's why they come back like, oh, I can't stay in Arizona, or I can't stay in so and so California city because the black men, they don't like black women. It's like, no, you're overweight. Come to find out, and there's no hate on her. We asked her what was her weight. She said she was 5'5" and almost like 170. I'm like, ma'am, you over 30 pounds overweight. I said, if you lost like 35 to 30 pounds, you can get those quote unquote men. She's like, oh, I get them. I don't have no issue getting them. But when I speak to them, their whole mindset is off. And they saying, oh, I'm the first black woman they ever dated. Like, they don't usually go for black women. That doesn't make any sense. If you're saying the men don't like you, but then you can get those men, or the black men don't like black women there, but you can still date them, but you don't
She can
like that.
smash them.
Yeah, but then it's like you're saying, oh, I can get them, but then their mindset is that I'm the first black woman they dated and they don't go for black women. It's like you're trying, you don't want to say that you've been rejected by those men, but then you come to find out you're not getting with those same men. So it's it's a lot about a competition, man. We know this. We went to
Exactly.
school. We
And
know
I'm
about
gonna, and
monopolies.
on that note, I'm gonna respond to what they were saying in the chat room. It says, black men got to stop letting black women lie. On the West Coast, it's black women who don't want black men. Listen, I do not care. I understand that it's a competition. I understand that. I don't care. Like, I don't expect you to compete with white, Asian, and Latino women, and me not compete with white, Asian, Latina men. I have been doing that since I played chess in junior high. I've been doing that since Math Olympics in elementary school. I have always competed with them. I do not care.
Right.
And truth be told, and this is what I get just from talking to brothers from all over the country. I think I grew up a lot different, and yes, the women here understood from a very young age that they have to compete. Shout out to Shay Sade. Shay Sade said that she used to be a biggin. She used to be a biggin, and she knew that wasn't gonna fly. She knew that she would not have the husband she has today if she was like that, because she got to compete with, she had to compete with Sweet Thing, Ling Ling, and Maria. She understood that, because we got them all here. We got them all here in the Bay. She understood that, and she got her husband, and all this stuff. She got her perfect life because she understood at a young age that she's not going to get what she wants being a fat broad. She knew that, That's why here they either, shape up or ship out to Mississippi. It's an exodus of big broads that leave.
Yeah, it's
that's
a
what
totally
competition
different
do.
thing when it's in your face. I mean, because like I think social media and the internet, all these dating apps and followers and stuff, it gives like that impression that people have more options with what they have. But I could see that being, depending on where you live at, yeah, the competition is like right in your face.
Yeah, exactly. It's right in your face. And it's easy for a woman who lives in not Miami, Florida, or a group of women who live in not Miami, Florida, to play the whole monopoly game. I get it. They could say like, listen, if I see you with one white woman, you will lose out on opportunities with 100 black women, because they are the majority. So they can, they can play that game with you. It doesn't really work that way. I mean, the whole solidarity thing, the solidarity thing is fine when the people are solid. Like, if somebody said you can only shop at black owned grocery stores, I'm like, okay, I'll do that as long as they give me a fair price and decent quality. Unless that happens, I'm leaving. I mean, I'm gonna go for better price and quality. Like, that's, you gotta be reasonable. You can't let somebody weaponize solidarity. Unfortunately, they have done that for a long time.
Yeah, it's
Any thoughts,
worked
Ash?
on a lot of people. Well,
Yeah,
I'm agreeing with you. It's worked for a long time. I do see I see the internet being a double-edged sword. I know I've contributed to that. Some of the other guys that do videos have contributed to that, where we give people a window to the world who may not have left home otherwise. And yeah, that might come with blowing up the spot, or having some Pookies and Ray Rays in places that they weren't before. But yeah, it's inevitable. I think this is a can that won't close. You didn't open Pandora's box and it's not closing. So the best, in my opinion, the best recourse of action would be to change the behavior at home if you want to attract these certain guys. If you genuinely want to do that, as far as the ladies, but the guys, the shaming of the guys, that's not gonna fly at all. Like, we're having this conversation, the younger people are not even entertaining it. How do I know this? Because I'm out on the beach with them. I'm out in Thailand with them. They've been around longer than I have. These guys work remotely. These are guys that's got all types of different side hustles, and they're not even here to be going back and forth with the Anton Daniels or the Dr. Umars. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
yeah, it is. I mean, and you're right about the young dudes. The young dudes aren't even, and trust me, it's not out of hate. I'm pretty sure it's equal
No, it's
opportunity.
not.
They give, they give like equal opportunity, and this is just so happened to be who won. There was this young dude I seen. He was hitting golf balls at Top Golf, and he was just messing with one of them. But I was like somewhat eavesdropping into their conversation. It was like 4 white chicks that he was. It was 4. No, it was 4 people. It was 3 white girls and him, and of course he was only seeing one of them. But the way that they were talking, like it was just like a regular young people conversation. If I had to guess, it was probably like 18, 19. It's just like regular young people conversation. It wasn't on those, F these black chicks, or I got me a white chick, or nothing like that, which is what a lot of black women are doing when they, when they're with Brad or whatever. This was just like a
Right.
regular thing that they had going on. And the other 2 chicks, who were single, they wasn't on some do you have any friends on some BBC stuff. They just like, they would have found, if they found a white dude that they liked,
it'll be him, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not about hate or anything like that. It's about, opening up your opportunity and let the best woman win and be the best man, because they're going to open up their opportunities too. I'm with it. I'm with the challenge. I mean, the heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali wasn't the heavyweight champion of black people. Like, he's like, listen, I am going to have to compete in a world level. Like, this is, if I'm going to be the best. It'd be nice if you only have to compete with, a smaller demographic of people, but the world isn't set up that way. And black women need to catch on, because they are losing the competition. So whatever edge that they had, because, I understand your struggle, that doesn't even, first of all, it works under the assumption that other groups of people in the world don't understand black struggle.
Right.
I mean, kind of like we can understand the struggles of any culture that we have intimate knowledge about. Not necessarily intimate knowledge, but, that we have a lot of knowledge about. I can understand that. I mean, I don't really need
if anything,
to go for it.
I'm just agreeing with you. If anything, it kind of gives you maybe some commonality, or at least more empathy towards the different struggle. And in my personal experience, it kind of took some people off of the high horse coming back home. Like, I would go places and come home and have, like, for example, I work with Dominicans. I've never been to the Philippines, but I've worked with Filipinos, a few Thai people. But, like, yeah, these people have learned, oh, this guy knows my country. I just saw this person over here. France, I've been to Paris. Only European countries I've been to is Paris, or France, I should say, the UK, and Greece.
Mm-hmm.
I come back home. I mean, of course, I want to look for the food, so I might end up going to the restaurants here. It gives me more to have conversations with people about here, but it also kind of elevates my status to there. Know, like, okay, this guy has been some places and knows some people, so let me not look at him as the stereotypical N-word. I think what a lot of this traveling is doing is also fracturing the misconception that Black American men are not desirable outside of the Black community, outside of the snow bunnies. Like, we have a wide range. I mean, I'm not saying everybody wants the Black man, but we do have options.
And it's okay if you do want to say that. And to me, I think that is a double-edged sword, because I often found myself in ethnic envy about Asian men all across Asia, including places like India and stuff, who can openly say, I like white women. Where the white women at? And nobody, especially not other Asian men, really come at them, and not Asian women, and I think that the reason that they could comfortably do that is because Asian girls know that white women aren't checking for them like that. Keep it so they're not threatened. They're not threatened by what their preference is, because, Asian women are like, I don't care what your little dick prefers. However,
Right.
however, when black men say it, they feel threatened, like, oh my God, So yeah, there's this push, and that's why they're keeping struggle up. They like, oh no, we want to keep this struggle going. We want to make sure that they're still, and truth be told, I think that's why they're causing this black fatigue. I really do, to drive a wedge between black men and other races of people, so they'll be isolated in this community.
Yeah, it only works here, from what I can see.
Yeah, it's only effective here. I mean, but they're cheering when a black man gets shot, because then it's like, oh, okay, so that's one less man messing with that can cross over.
But Becky,
Because,
yeah,
we're part of the same struggle. Yeah, exactly. So, or anything, we're part of the straight. I understand it, and it's funny because they're marching too.
and they've
What you mean
always
by
been
that? You say they
marching, and
market
they've
too?
always been abolitionists. I'm talking about non-black women are marching
Oh,
too.
okay.
Non-black women are they were at the sit-ins too. Non-black women were also abolitionists. We can't discount that either. Rachel Dolezal just went retarded with it. So let's not pretend
Right.
like they don't understand or have the same understanding as you. Take a look at your screen.
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm trying to see who this is. This one particular chick, or is it just the Asian? No, oh no, I know. Yeah, that's the actress. What's going on with
Because
Jackie
somebody
Harry? You
said
kind of
something
borging
about
out of it.
they can have the way real quick. Um, and the case of that is Jackie Harris when she was on 227. She got, this is the shape. This is the shape that we like. But
Yeah, I remember.
then I know that these chicks just be one half a piece away. Yeah, exactly. From going into complete shit. Who was that other woman on Living Single? Who's that other woman on Living Single? And then she
Living
was on like
Single.
The Biggest Loser. What's her name?
The light skinned chick that played kind of
Hold on.
the bubbly role.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't know
No,
her
I
name,
found
but
it. I found it.
I
Hold
got
on.
two
Let me
that's
show y'all
coming
what
to
I mean.
mind.
Like it be
And she hit the wall.
no, it's cool when it's cool, right? It's cool when it's cool. Like she looks like a be like teetering with fat. They be teetering with it, and you know that you can't pull a baby out of them, or else they'll be fat. They'll be fat.
Right.
You pull
Yeah,
one
one
baby,
baby.
and there's no snapback. It is what it is. Like Erica Alexander, she can snap back if she wasn't on some feminist stuff. But
That's really the deal breaker for me. I mean, I'm not saying I'm looking for the BBWs. I didn't pay my dues with them, but
look at
even if I were to be cool, go
this.
ahead. What you say?
Hold on, it's coming up.
We'll see. Yeah, yeah, that's who I was thinking about. So that's an older picture of her.
Also, damn it.
Yeah, she was a baddie.
But no, Kim Phil's always been, a cutie. She's older than me, actually.
And so what happened with her? She was on The Biggest Loser.
Yeah, she plumped up. So this is her, because she was also on. But see, sometimes they blow up like balloons. Sometimes they'll be blowing up like balloons.
Yeah, you can't have both. You can't blow up like a balloon and
Is what I'm
have the Big
saying.
Shirley mentality.
Like
I don't know if you kind of borging out on my end. I'm not sure if it's my connection or.
it's probably mine because it happens more when I share screens.
So
Okay, yeah, I hear you now.
Can I say? I just want to ask something. So this guy in the chat, right? His name is Jason, and somebody had blocked him, and I understand why, but he had said he couldn't believe what we were saying, and I asked him in Spanish, like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Oh, you have to respect your wives," right? Because he said he's shocked by what he's hearing, and I told him like I said "y hermano," which is like, but it's supposed to be my man, but I'm like, I told him like we don't have wives here, bro. He's like you need to respect your wife. He's like he can't believe we're quote unquote bashing the woman. He's like you need to respect your wives, and I'm like there are no wives here, man. Like he said he's gonna just keep listening.
Respect is a mutual thing
Okay,
for me.
that whoever did that, that's not a blockable offense.
Yeah, he's
That's
from
not a
Ecuador.
blockable.
He said he's shocked by what he's hearing. But
Yeah,
I was
that's not a
telling him,
blockable. Nevertheless, that's not a blockable offense. Whoever blocked them, don't do that. Don't do stuff like that. You know,
I'm not even trying to snitch on them either. I'm just saying it's funny
yeah,
though. But
no, like whomever y'all could bring him back because that's a fair question. I would say
You got
try
a
to
super
get with our
chat
wives
too.
and find out. I would say that.
he said he's gonna tune in to see what we're talking about to get a better understanding. And I said,
Yeah,
Claudio.
exactly. You actually have to experience it to understand that. I mean, I never really say, how could you do that without understanding the circumstances which made a person do that?
And they
Like,
can't even get that
I
far
can't.
if they don't want to understand. Some people choose to misunderstand.
Yeah. I mean, well, okay, so I was in Colombia and the tour guide, he made his opinions about everything, which is probably not the most professional thing in the world, but he really made clear of the groups of people that he liked and disliked, chief of which being Venezuelan people. And but he did say that while living in Colombia as a Colombian man who studied in New York, is not really into Colombian women like that. He said that they're gold diggers, which I found interesting because you would assume that he makes more money than a typical Colombian. In fact, I know we do, considering how much we paid for the tour. So I'm just like, wow, like, he's looking to leave. And I don't say, I can't believe you think like that or this, and this. It's more like, all right, I want to know where you're coming from. He's like, yeah, I studied in New York. I know English. I have this tour company, and, women just see me for money here, like all the women. There's a lot of beautiful women here, but they can't see past. And from what I was getting from him, he was saying that things were better when he was poor, which I found very interesting. And I'm not going to question this, right? Like, how can you say that about your women? I don't question that. He says it because he's lived his experience with them.
And he's Colombian.
That's how he says it. Say that again.
And he's Colombian.
Yeah. He's talking about the very women that brothers are, traveling to see. Now, people have different perspectives of their own, and they do. And women treat, foreigners different than they treat locals who made it. So yeah. I can't speak on his experience. You shouldn't ours.
It's interesting to hear that coming from a Colombian male perspective.
I thought it was very interesting that he would rather.
I've heard that before.
That he had it better in New York.
I can relate to what he's saying. Is like I had better experiences when I was broke because I've experienced that at home. I would say broke in a combination with having a different lifestyle.
Yeah, it is.
When I drank more, when I hung with a certain crowd that I shouldn't hang with, when I did more risky activities, I had better luck with that demographic. And that's not to say that I wouldn't attract anyone at this point in time, but I don't have to bash Black American women. I'm just looking at who's checking for me. Look what I got to choose from.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying don't judge. Don't judge. I remember I was not from where he's from, but to a Latino man from Mexico. And I'm like, man, how can y'all do that? And I was talking about something behavior that's induced through poverty. And
and he's like, you can't judge. I forget what it was. It wasn't. I was never like ignorant. I understood, why a person would work like at a Home Depot or something like that. But it wasn't ignorant, but it was something that a naive 20-year-old would say. I forget exactly what it was, and he said, like, don't judge. You don't understand the level of poverty that we had there. And I really didn't. So, it was what it was. I think it was something along the lines of, you only went to the 6th grade? I think it was something along those lines. Like, how could you not just go to the 7th grade? But I haven't been in a position to where, my parents came to me and said, we don't have the money to send you to junior high. It's far. We don't have the money to send you to junior high. And furthermore, we need your hands on this field right now. So who am I to judge? Don't do that. Understand. Come here and learn. All right, I'm going to read this. And I appreciate the super chat. It says, let the record show Austin Holloman and Jay Rillo went viral the most and directly contributing to the degradation of Black men's image who travel overseas. Absolutely. So for him to say, how could y'all be that way? And, or Anton Daniels is just falling in line with the existing stereotype. That's really saying something, considering that they're a large part of the existing stereotype.
I hate that Jay Rello got off. Go ahead.
He was just trolling and trying to grift off of the stream and trying to be controversial.
Because he thought it was 80,000 people watching?
I mean, in Anton case, I believe that. But he got too many receipts on his own channel that contradicts him trolling in that way. Because Andre pulled up a whole bunch of receipts on him shouting out Passport, bro. Like,
yeah, I saw
people
that,
in particular. Yeah, and he's naming names. Like, so to turn around and say, I don't know any of these people, it was like, come on, bro. What are you doing?
Oh, dang. I wish I could play it. My thing borgs from time to time. So.
Oh, yeah. He did a whole montage.
Like the 2-hour mark, he brought up that they did a show together. He shouted out other brothers. Then he's been on panels with females, and the females are like
being belligerent.
Yeah, so he just shut them all up with, look, this is why you got Passport, bro. This is why you should get your passport.
Can I be honest with you?
Jay Rillo just said that he was talking like they was homies, like he met them and all this and this.
He didn't. Jay Rillo thinks they're homies, but he brought him up there to make fun of him because Jay Rillo got stranded in DR. Jay Rillo thinks they're cool, but
Jay Rillo. Go ahead.
But Anton doesn't do things out of empathy or kindness. It's always Faustian bargain with that nigga. So he doesn't do things off of the virtue of doing it. That's great. He's very a person like, oh, he's helping out. He has a God complex. So he came to him like, oh, I just want to interview you from your perspective. No, but he kind of inadvertently put Jay Rillo on the show to make a mockery of him because Jay Rillo got stuck in.
I can't stand niggas like that.
Yeah.
And look, we should be able to be like have the discernment to detect stuff like that.
No, there's just Jay Rillo. So you gotta understand. Let me tell you about what I've realized over my 3 decades on this planet. Niggas love attention, and it doesn't matter at what cost.
Where it's coming from. Man.
No, at what sacrifice is gonna cost them. If it means that their masculinity is going to be, or they're going to be emasculated, or they're going to be dehumanized, a lot of Black men, unfortunately, they don't even care as long as they get a little bit of attention. That's Black people in general, but with Black men, we have this penchant for, it don't matter the cost. If it's gonna cost me embarrassment or it's gonna make me look like an ass of myself, I'm willing to do it just for the attention. Look at Floyd Mayweather, went out in Staples Center, bought a whole bag of money and started counting it randomly on the courtside seats. Just started randomly took money out of the bag and started counting it while the game was going on. You sitting right next to Jay-Z. Niggas, this man is worth at least $500 million, but he felt the need to take up a stack of money during a Lakers game and count the money. And everybody was just watching him, and he was on live. It's like you would think somebody that have that amount of money, when are you gonna see a white dude come up at a Lakers game or a Knicks game and just pick up a rack of money like a stack
Yeah,
of
they
money?
don't have to.
It cost out counting the money. You don't have to. You already assume he already knows people know he has money, whether or not he's famous or not. If you got courtside seats, we know you got bread. And see people saying Floyd was marketing. No, that
So
wasn't.
yeah, it's a distinction between the marketing and just that performative. I don't even know what is. I would say grifting, but who are they grifting to?
It's this incessant need to be liked and the lack of validation that we get growing up as Black men, that we feel as though we always have to validate our masculinity and humanity. That's why you have niggas when they feel it. I mean, it ties into what we talking about now. If you say, you know what, I think there's better out there. What do you mean? You must hate Black women. I'm like, no, I just think I can do better. It's like, what?
Bro, this to me, a lot of this is a cycle in my own life because the way I look at traveling is the same way I look at living in Chicago. People thought I was crazy for wanting to get in a truck driving. They wanted me to go to school, go to college, and I tried that, but truck driving is what got me out of the neighborhood. It got me out of Chicago. And then I started traveling on my own. People said you shouldn't be traveling by yourself. Well, I wouldn't know the people that I know now. I wouldn't have had the experiences that I have now had I listened to those people. But I said, even with all of this, I'm not saying this to gloat or none. I'm saying like we need to at some point, especially after we've established ourselves, maintain some type of integrity. So when I see people doing these performative like antics, it just indicates a lack of integrity to me. I've This is my first time being on a stream with J Rello. I ran into him in Sasua. I was kicking it with Greg with Flip Flop, and we could have all hung out together, but I chose not to do that because no disrespect to him, but that's it's certain type of content I'm not interested in putting out myself. I will give them props as far as like Austin Holloman because I like his content, especially the transition he's been making now. Um, Jay Rello, I'm not as familiar with his stuff, but the only time I hear about him is when people are making a mockery of him. I
But
don't
this
know
is
if he's
why I
gonna
know.
be receptive. Go ahead,
And
go
not to
ahead.
cut you off, I know why he was trolling. Floyd J Rello has already admitted on BMT's live that he doesn't consider himself a passport bro. He's doing this because he's trying to get views, and he does it in any way possible that he can leech off of people. He already admitted that he's like, hey, when he got stranded the first time in Sasua, which is a big marketing thing, he's like, oh, I'm stranded here and I need people to. He started like a little GoFundMe. He's like, send money
I
to my.
remember that. I remember that.
And then you know what happened? Everybody and their mama was making
Viral.
videos. Passport bro stranded in Sasua. They can't even afford to fly back. It's like, dog. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this while I'm in Europe, and I'm like, bro, like, why is it that everybody? So like, basically, let me get this straight. If you're Black and let's say you kidnap orphans in Romania, what is it gonna be like? Oh, passport bro, steals orphans in Romania. Like, come on, like every nigga that goes outside of the country is a passport bro. So I always ask people when they make these outlandish claims, I'm like, okay, what makes somebody a passport bro? And
So that means
they can't give me a definitive answer to this. So it's like if something means everything, then it means nothing.
Right.
so as real. So that means that there's a high need for there to be a delineation
I
within
know what you're gonna say, but how can you
within the
delineate?
passport bros.
How this is my thing, and I'm glad you brought that up. People always bring that up. How can you make a delineation when everybody has their own autonomy? If you found out right now, me or I'm not saying necessarily you, Marcus, but if me and Marcus were involved in drug trafficking in the jungles of Peru, or you gonna be like, oh, Pastor Boy was caught in a narco sting in Peru. Like, come on, like it does not make any sense.
It is stupid. Yeah.
I don't
Every
even
nigga
bother trying to make a delineation, but I will call out some effery when I see it.
Well, there is no barrier of entry into the passport bro ness. So I mean, and they can't really kick people out. There was a
Exactly.
show there was a show. Somebody came up with the bright idea of doing a reality TV show for Divine Nine sorority chicks, and it's just like every other reality TV show with all the ratchetry and stuff like that. And these organizations, aka Deltas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, decided to get together and kick them out. They booted them.
Yeah.
They like, listen, you know, you can't be a part of our organization representing us this way. You know, you're going on, you're using the fact that you are one of us and, you know, to tarnish the brand of us. We're not going to have this, like in 2008. We're not going to have that. So you got to go. So Passport Bros aren't really set to that way to where they can do that thing.
And
you know, they put a barrier entry to get in, and they kick you out if you do not meet a certain image. They haven't reached that point yet.
What we're gonna do, we're gonna give people demerits. We're gonna remove their Passport Bro badge. We're gonna take away their license. Like, you can't punish nor can you reward people. You can be like, oh, right. have you filled a quota this year? I'm like, no, you can't. It's just to make it seem as though if you put the jacket, as they say, figuratively, on everybody, then anybody can be considered something. So then you give leeway to say whatever black man is doing, that means all black men are doing. And the ironic thing is, as black people, we hate when other races of people do that to us. When one black person does something wrong, we hate when we get lumped into what everybody else is doing, but we doing the same exact shit. Excuse my French, but
it didn't make you think, man, motherfucker gotta go to when you go to overseas, you gotta wear a shirt that says you know, I'm the good passport bro, something like that.
I've heard niggas say this one guy who's weirdo, he got like black nails and stuff like that. He's on TikTok. So, oh my God, these passport bros are gonna make it hard for me to travel overseas. I'm like, dude, not only do no one gives a F about you when you travel,
they don't.
Like no one knows about. Like, bro, I can go to a place in the middle of China or in the middle of Eastern Europe, and you ask someone what a passport bro is, they gonna look at you like, what? No one knows. That's the
good thing about traveling. That's all. It's a lot of propaganda being placed here to keep people from moving, but you get to set your own reputation wherever you are.
That's it, bro. Like in a lot of these places, their algorithm doesn't even touch ours.
Right.
Like they don't. This is the thing.
And you wanna know it's crazy? The main time that it did, and they shut it down real quick, was when there were sisters criticizing women of other countries, and those women started clapping back. That was the only time that I remember, and it was like, okay, see this out of our hands right now. Like this is a conversation that we didn't even start. Y'all did that.
Right. It was in the Philippines, but people don't understand. Like a lot of these Asian countries, not only do they have VPS, bro. You know, I tried to watch Hulu, and I was in Portugal, and I couldn't even watch certain shows. I couldn't watch certain animes because it was I was in certain parts of Europe, like some animes I can't watch.
Oh, well, sure. You should have hollered at me, boy. I could have got you the hookup. You hear me?
No, I'm just saying. But what my point proving is that certain things are going to be omitted out because from that country, the country has more jurisdiction. Yeah, the country has more jurisdiction. And another thing too, this is why it's very hard to do sometimes live out the country with certain jobs. Because I'm trying to do taxes, right? But I'm trying to do it remotely. I tried to like do the online course while I was on vacation. And for the life of me, I couldn't get to the end to the launch clicking. Like how click on to launch the course. I could not, it would just refresh it back to the beginning. It kept doing, I was on it for like 10 minutes straight. And then I was asking somebody about that. They said, oh, it's probably not available in that country. I went online and I'm like, damn. So when people talk about, oh, they're going to ruin, passport bros are going to ruin it for for other people in the country. Most people don't even know about the things that go on outside of just knowing like what goes on with Trump and whatnot. A lot of people don't
That's a scare tactic anyway.
Yeah, like bro, another thing too, in China, bro, they don't even have the same Facebook as us. In a lot of Asian countries, they don't even share the same Facebook. So
I mean, I see like, you know, if a black man go there, you know, whether in a group or single, you know, all you gotta do is make sure you uphold like the highest degree of modesty, you know, and that's it. You know, I mean, it will it will be like it will become your aura, and those people, they're the locals, they will sense it, especially too when you show them that you got good manners and you're not on no pookieism, passport pookieism, and you're fine.
Yeah.
So
I'm not
Well,
saying it's
yeah, I mean,
impossible.
I think that there is a level. I mean, you don't want to be there like some Jim Crow era Negro that's that can't look whitey in the eye, because then that is a sign of weakness. And you want to be yourself, but understand that you have the burden of the black male reputation on your shoulders.
well, you
I
can't
do.
go over there being like on some American jackass joker asshole type of shit, like
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
know
saying. It's balance. It's balance.
It's interesting.
You know.
That's hard. In my experience, that's never really us. I've seen that
Never.
among other people, but it don't be us. That's what's hilarious to me about these shaming tactics and scare tactics.
because
I don't
here
go.
because here you see, I noticed they have a thing where, okay, I noticed this in dudes, they will purposely be an asshole and a jackass, especially when it comes to groups, when there's groups of people around, just so they can
Right.
absorb some kind of admiration, which
Let
is
me
some ass backwards shit.
From my experience, I will say this. I'll put money on it. Black men are probably the most well behaved when we come out to the
Right.
country. Cause I've seen it in Japan. And I have friends, shout out to my friends that are from Australia that I'm real cool with. But let me tell you, in Japan and definitely in Thailand, they're known. I've seen it in Japan, but in Thailand, they're known when they get drunk, the spirit of the Irish start to kick in with them. Like I've heard of some crazy ass stories, and I've seen it myself, like walking through Shinjuku, and I see like a group of Australian dudes kicking cans like down
Bro.
like streets and stuff like that. And then me and my uncle looking at them, and then they just stop, right? Because it's like you want to make sure that you're on your best behavior, bro. And I'm telling you, like it goes a long way. I've seen more of Australian dudes just acting up there than I have seen black. You know who gets arrested the most whenever they go out the country? Let's keep it 100. It's black women that be getting arrested, bro.
And
Mm.
speaking of which, Azrael, bro, I think one of y'all posted it in the Discord. Um, Yeah, there was. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. There's a black woman overseas in Asia that got basically drugged in the street by an Asian woman. She got
Yeah, that was
beat.
in
I don't
Thailand.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I saw that.
yeah. And most of the time, a lot of people, the people that are,
I
the
mean,
people that
black women.
go ahead, GC.
I was gonna say black women have a vested interest in black men having a bad reputation internationally. And unfortunately, they do have some sway. They do have some influence on how other people perceive us. They're supposed to be a reflection of us. So they have a vested reason to go to other countries and destroy the reputation of black people. They do. That's not an accident. They're not,
Is
they're
it?
going to these
Yeah,
countries.
Would you
No, it's
say
not an
it's
accident. It's by
effective?
design.
No,
yeah.
I'm asking. Like, has
Um,
it been effective?
No, you know why
I
I say
don't
this?
know. Well, right quick. I don't know because I think that even people in America now are looking at black men and black women as two separate animals. To keep it a buck, they're
And
looking at us as completely two separate minority groups.
let me
So basically, black women can now only destroy the reputation of black women.
right, but I'm
And
gonna
I
say
don't know if
this.
that's true overseas, but maybe it
It,
is.
I will say it is. You know why? Because my parents are Jamaican, right? When when Hurricane Melissa came, I could show you clips. There were black women demanding that they get better food from the hotel, and they were like, "Why aren't there anybody in the hotel? And why is there no like workers in the hotel? We can't eat this kind of food. What this is unacceptable." And the Jamaican people there had to tell them like, "Ma'am, some of the people had to leave because they have to go home and prepare for the hurricane that's coming and get their families ready." And they're like, "No, this is unacceptable. We can't hear this." And bro, all of the Jamaican TikTok were cursing them out. Like,
What the fuck is
Right.
wrong with those bitches?
I can show you
Smelling.
guys clips.
It's an American mentality. They sound more Karen than Karen with that.
And my mom was pissed. They were like, why would you go? They were like, you don't think there's a reason why plane tickets to Jamaica was cheap in the middle of like September? Because that's hurricane season. It's like, why would you go in the middle of hurricane season to Jamaica? You know? Or then they showed this one girl, Accountable Commentary did a video on this. She literally went and bought tickets like right before the storm came. She didn't even try to like decline them or anything like that. And it wasn't, them tickets weren't even like, to go to Jamaica cost less than to go to Colombia. So we talking like less than $300.
They mad because they couldn't get their thighs rubbed on.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, it's crazy. Like from the satellites, Jamaica is a whole totally different place. The hurricane literally messed up the landscape, right? The landmass.
Wow.
So my thing is, why would you go in the middle of a hurricane? That's like me going to Florida in the middle of going to like Miami in the middle of September. Like that's the worst time to go. Why would you better off going in the summertime than right in the, because hurricane season is like late August into like late October. So I just never understood. I mean, but they were adamant talking about we expect better service, and then they were complaining at the airport. So yeah, that there are no, and it wasn't black men there, because
Right.
really black
That's
you're
an
not.
example.
Yeah, the only reason why you're gonna go to Jamaica as a black man is unless your parents are black. I mean, or parents are Jamaican. So, like, black women go there for vacation all the time, right? So, they are creating a reputation for themselves, for sure.
Sorry, fellas, I'm eating.
No,
But
that's
yeah,
fine.
I don't.
and I noticed that in the States where I was talking to not talking to her, but I was, communicating the best I can, given the language barrier with the Colombian girl, and she brought up Black American women before I did. To make a long story short, I made it clear that I was more interested in her friend who was overweight. I was more interested in her than I was her friend who was overweight. She was an overweight Colombian woman. And then she said, like big girls? And then I was like, no. But then she took it to, I didn't want Black American girls. And she started doing the neck roll and stuff like that. And she was like, you like that, huh? And I was like, dang. So it spreads. It spreads. She's like, that's not my type. So it's people are aware that it's completely two different cultures. And, when Black American women look like, and people know that the fatigue is more heavily weighed on one side than the other. They know who's going to be loud in a place that they're not supposed to be loud. They know who's more likely to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with the brother that said that black men tend to be on either better behavior or just not the people that you look at like, okay, there was a stab and it was a big fight. I wonder who did that. The
Right.
whole negative stereotypes of the usual suspects, that's never us in other countries.
Right.
I'm in the military. I've never been to Japan, but I've heard of some of the things that happen with service members in Japan, and they mess it up for the whole, like almost every branch, especially the Navy and the Marines, because one person do something stupid, that kind of mess it up for everybody.
But it depends
But
also too, because like if you go to Okinawa, right? Okinawa, have you been to New York before?
only on connecting
I haven't.
flights. Nah,
Okay. So all right, put it this way. It would be like going from, like, let's say somebody lives in, okay, GC, you might understand this. Somebody lives in Sacramento. If New York City is Sacramento, if Sacramento is Tokyo, Okinawa is like right on San Diego, like right next to Tijuana. Like it takes almost half the
okay,
day
I
to
get
get
that.
there. So
Okay.
it's not like it's an immediate place where it's like right next to Tokyo. It's a totally separate part of the country. and that's the military base, and it's known for all types of crazy stuff. Even the chicks there, they look hood as hell. I hate to say it, but
Oh,
they
they
look a
cater
little.
to those type of dudes.
Yeah, a
Oh
lot of
hell
black dudes
no.
that go there. They're a little bit more hood. Let me tell you something too. When you go to Japan, the further out you go, like the further out that you go to the beach, you're gonna see more girls with like tattoos and looking more like not they're not
Like
gonna
American ass.
yeah
Or
they're gonna
Western ass. Western.
yeah
I
they're not
noticed.
gonna have the kawaii look.
I noticed that. I'm not gonna call Oriental women stupid, but
Who you
they
said what?
haven't.
What
I said
kind
I'm
of
not gonna
woman?
call Oriental women stupid,
Oh,
but many of them, from what I noticed in my travels, they haven't really come to the reasonable conclusion that the men that travel aren't looking for a mimic of the women that they left.
unfortunately, I gotta disagree with you because a lot of guys do just they enable it with the
Yeah,
guy.
I've the
Well, I
blazing
think an
type. Yeah,
attractive woman is an attractive woman. Okay, for example, right? I was with this girl in the Philippines, and she put our skin together, and she was like, "You see, we black and brown, right?" I was like, "Well, more, or no, we're black and white." And I was like, "Well, more like black and brown or black and yellow, right?" And she said, "No, no, no. American men like white women." And I was like, "Well, why are they here then?"
Mm.
Like, why are they here if they like white women?
right.
Just, she didn't make that connection. And then they put all that crap on their skin, you know. Once again, I understand that, this social conditioning and all that stuff, but it just come off like you do realize that they didn't leave Australia to come here to find a Filipino woman who's
Another.
behaving
Yeah,
like an Australian woman. You know, like
I'm a little
I
guilty of that. As far as what the brother said on, I do like the blazing chicks. The
oh
kind
yeah, but
of
that's sexy.
yeah, but I know what he's saying. They kind of adapt their presentation to something
Yeah,
that they know brothers like,
yeah.
but I
I'm
don't
talking
like
about the cultural
the
behavior.
mannerism.
It's
Yeah, that's
yeah,
we
no,
don't
the
want the
look is okay.
mannerism.
I don't mind a Blasian look. I don't mind the dark lipstick, and then when they braid the front of it, they do the top of the hair
Right.
cornrows, and then they do the I like that, like a Bratz
Oh,
doll.
Me too. Me
I
too.
like that.
Just
However,
without the mannerism.
keep the mannerisms and attitude to yourself. You see, that's what that fat broad K was doing to Austin. You know, like Austin found the one fat chicken. He found the
Oh,
one
wait a minute.
fat
Oh, what the
chicken.
hell? He fucking with fat chicks, GC?
No, I'm talking about way back when. Like, when he was messing with Kay from
yeah.
Yeah,
Thailand.
I remember it.
Yeah, like I mean, she was doing that with him, and I'm like, wait, she just mushed your face on your own show in front of everybody. So it was
I would have
weird that he
definitely
was
cut
still
that
doing
part out. Yeah, you would
Yeah,
know what that would
exactly.
have never made the light of day. Batman couldn't get that out of me, man. But let me say this though, with Blasians, they act a little hoodish because unfortunately they do get bullied in school and they're very ostracized. So they
Where?
have in Japan.
Yeah, if their
Okay.
beauty standards are more fair skinned, then they that's
Yeah,
what I like. Like I like that with Morena Latinas, like dark skinned Latinas and the Blasians. That's my type. Whereas, like you said,
That's
culturally
everybody type.
they may but yeah, but in their own culture, they may be looked over for the light bright proximity to whiteness type chicks.
Well,
yeah.
I was
Blasian.
talking to a Blasian. Record right. I was talking to a Blasian. I didn't get that from her. Um,
Where did she grow
that
up?
she was bullied, huh?
Where did she grow up?
Filipino.
Did she?
She
Okay,
she
it's
said that she was born in Sacramento,
that's why.
but her mother was deported and took her. So in addition to you being mixed, she also wasn't a citizen, so she didn't have like whatever they have that's the equivalent to a social
Oh,
security card there, which made employment difficult for her and stuff like that. So she was in a
okay.
bind. Um, so that's at least that's the story she told me.
Yeah,
But she didn't mention anything and all of the colorist stuff, the whitening that they put in their lotions and all that crap.
yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
all those issues that they have don't really apply to her. Like the issue that they have is if a Asian woman, if a Filipina been in the sun too long. But if that's just your natural color, that's just your natural color.
Wait a minute. I didn't know they apply whitening in their makeup. That's a new one on
Yeah,
me.
you got to
Yeah,
go.
man.
It's in
I was gonna,
everything. I was
yeah.
cracking up when I seen it. Everything that
They
touches a
look
woman's
like them
skin, even soap.
dolls.
Yeah, it's in
It look
everything, Ray.
weird because it's like you can tell it's unnatural. They look
Look,
like
look,
pale,
oh,
pale face on
They don't
purpose.
even
yeah.
work. As far as I look, as far as I notice, it don't even work. They're just putting the crap on their
I've
skin.
seen makeup, like the makeup that some
Oh, the
chicks
makeup.
use to look super. Yeah, they make themselves look lighter than what they are,
I want to.
and
Oh, go
Maybe
ahead.
maybe the Asians that do that, right? I think the percentage of Asians that do that, from what I've gathered, I think they're doing that because out of pressure by family and peers, or to appeal to their own men.
No, it's a combination of. It is a combination of white
Well,
supremacy.
they don't do it here, Ray. They don't do it here. But I do agree that white their men do prefer lighter.
And I'm gonna say this too. In Korea, it is ruthless. Like a chick, let's say what we would consider like skinny, slim, not like. I'll put it this way: what Meg the Stallion looks like now, not back in the day, but what they look like now, they will
sick.
consider
No,
that
I'm
fat.
joking. I'm joking.
They will consider that fat in Korea. Like they will call a woman a pig in a heartbeat. Like to the point, it's beauty standards is so. This is why I say like women in America don't know how easy they have it.
They don't.
In Korea, by the time you're 18, you're already getting almost like how you have recommendate like credit cards will come in the mail. Like they already have messages and like mail that comes to you like would you like to get any kind of plastic surgery by the time you turn 18, because for your I forgot what it's called, your curricular vital, but like the CV, basically your resume, they judge you based off of, especially for women, off of your looks. You can't get certain jobs in South Korea if you look a certain way.
Is
And
China
that's why
like
they
that
have,
too?
you said what?
Is China like that too?
China, yes,
I noticed
but
that.
but China is not as big, like, because the reason why people don't know too, they people always say, oh, the 4B movement is the reason why I have a small birth rate. No, it's really because of multiple things. Their biggest city, Seoul, it's so concentrated. It's like, imagine if half the country in America lived in New York, right? I'm talking about the whole of the state, not just New York City, but just all of New York. And the only other place was Texas and California, right? So what happened is, because no one wants to leave, they actually try to create cities. I forgot what cities called, Seong Dong or something like that. So they tried to create like these artificial cities, but what happened is people didn't want to move. Why? Because most of the great jobs and the great schools are in Seoul, so no one wanted to move. But it's gotten so condensed. But it's like if you move, then there's a low chance of you getting into the top schools, and if you're not in the top schools, that means you can't get the top jobs, right? So that's why they're having an issue. But here's the thing: once you're in a big city like that, that means that everything is going to be super high. So you're not going to be able to afford childcare. So that's their issue. People, they tried to create a second city. They actually created two other cities, but they didn't. The people didn't move because they figure if I go to those cities, it's like, okay, instead of going to New York, I'm gonna go to Indiana or Tennessee. But if I try to apply for certain jobs, they're gonna see that, oh, I went to school in Tennessee and Indiana instead of Columbia or NYU, and I'm not gonna get hired. That's their issue, right? That's one of their big issues. But to what I was saying too, that's why you notice they have those eyelid surgeries that a lot of people in Korea get. Koreans are known for, of course, not only the K-pop stuff, but quote unquote having that glassy skin. Like they are to the extreme with it. They actually, matter of fact, and not to be so long-winded, but they buy more Louis Vuitton than we do in America. People don't know that either. So
They probably make it.
You said what?
They probably make it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah. But my point is like the whole concept of having glassy skin. Even the men want to have glassy looking skin, and the beauty standards are extreme. Like it's cutthroat. So, you know. in America, women got it really easy. Because Lizzo's a 10
I
here.
agree.
So
Prime says South Asian women. I like half black and Filipino. In fact, Miss Universe is half black Filipino.
oh yeah, I remember she's pretty. I've seen her before.
Yeah, so the whole stigma with dark skin don't really apply when you're mixed, at least in Philippines.
And speaking of Filipino women, are you guys subscribed to Filipino P?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like,
There's another one
man,
that's
she's
really
so
good. Smart Girl Philippines.
she's
Yeah.
Ray, are you there, or is that me?
No, I think he dropped out, but he's coming
Oh,
back.
you muted.
nah.
Yeah.
I said shit. I can devour her, boy. You hear me? Man, she's so lovely.
You know another thing too, and
I like her
Prime-
class and demeanor, but like many Filipinas, she don't have no titties. And what's unique to her is that her ears pop out a lot. However, natural hair, slim waist, golden skin, let's see, flawless complexion. Yeah, she
and
can
they
get
speak
it.
and they speak English well too.
Now. See, I like them thick now. Damn it, up to the max, like to them
No,
horse
you don't.
thighs, kind of shit. I
No, you
like
don't.
them
You just
thick.
live in Memphis.
I like. No, motherfucker, I don't live no damn Memphis. Yeah.
Well, where do you live?
But now, shit, whom but Tennessee?
Well, that's worse. You live in non-Memphis, Tennessee, and I'm pretty sure it's a bunch of biggins where you are. But keep it a buck.
No. Anyway, hell, let me finish, nigga. My nigga Roshi. Let me finish. Look,
Go for it.
I'm talking about this, right? I'm like, damn. What I was about to say was that, nigga, my typical would be like, okay, I'm attracted to that. I like that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I like a girl's thick and shit like that. Horse thighs and shit. But if I had a choice between Filipino P and one of these thickums, I'm gonna choose Filipino P.
Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
you get
What
the
I'm
whole
saying,
package
because you
of
got people in the chat room like, I'm from Memphis. Listen, what I'm saying is that people who live in places that have an abnormal concentration of big women, tell themselves that they prefer that only because they were forced to settle. It's nothing wrong with that. When you're in prison, you eat prison food, and when you're in non-Memphis, Tennessee, you eat big women. But don't pretend like that's your preference.
He said you
Because
eat
your
big women.
preference is your preference is Filipino P-shaped women. Women are supposed to either flip or float when you throw them in the air, and Filipina P looks like she can do both. That's the truth.
Yeah, because I know my girl Utada Hikaru, boy. Yeah, the famous pop and R&B singer over there in Japan. She'll get it with the quickness, boy, and she we're thick.
Yeah.
She,
But no,
slim.
there's I noticed in China too that women look like their job. Like the stewardess look like stewardess. Like when you close your eyes and you think of what a stewardess should look like, they look like that. They like everybody look like the actor that they would hire to be that. Like, so I do notice that some places they look for somebody who looks like their job. Like, how librarians and teachers look a certain way? It seems like they are deliberately going out their way to hire somebody that look like the thing that they work at. It's weird. But the stewardess were like taller than an average China woman, and they did have that hairdo that stewardess have, and that's not necessarily true in the States. So I know what you're talking about, how some Asian countries like to hire people who look a certain way. Somebody says Nashville has a lot of attractive women too. I don't know. I just assume whenever I hear somebody say I like them thick, they come from a place. I've never been to Tennessee, but I don't know. I'm speaking in the wind, but I just assume when I hear Ray talking and he say I like them thick, that they come from a place where where they serve chitlins at restaurants.
That's why I like that. That's why I like nigga Roshi, but damn it, but am I fucking with him? No, I'm in monk mode, motherfucker. 3 years.
Okay. What is that? BGS said something, and I was like, "Do that mean that you don't have sex?"
because monks don't have sex. And he said, no, you still do. And then he got mad and he never really explained what exactly it means. So maybe you could tell me.
I mean, well, my definition is is more akin to that. Like, I mean, abstaining, keeping the mind clean, and then storing it with things that are, more creativity and more greatness. But also to show that you have that discipline and control of yourself, so therefore so you can see the battlefield more clearly. You can't see it more clearly if your mind and face is all up in some bitch's cooch. You know what I mean? So um but nah, I'm abstaining because they're too fucking vile, man. They're too much of a risk, man. One state you hear them and the STDs is skyrocketed and shit. Then with New York,
Mm-hmm.
Houston, oh hell no. And there's no telling too, damn it, if those heifers are spreading out to other states and shit. Oh hell no. These bitches them eating other man's asses and shit. I mean, you don't want no bitch close to your damn face and shit, and she got another man's ass breath and shit. No, you know what I mean? No, man. Hearing that shit. What that bitch Sukiana in there? Come on, uh, I don't even want to repeat the shit.
I, I, I was
Whatever she said in London. Fuck that. And then there's other bitches following that damn trend, and I can't help them. And every time that when I do, damn it, hell, watch a porno and shit to release, because that's all your nigga Roshi need right here is, what I mean, shit, a good 5 minutes then with these damn five fingers and lotion, and I'm good. Mine's cleansed. I got it out of me, bitch. Like, you ain't going. Ain't no leading with my wallet over here, bitch. No.
Hanma said
Okay,
his
so
living don't-
your definition of monk mode is what I suspected it was. So BGS has a different definition.
Yeah,
Which
yeah, because GG, which is the nickname I give him for. It's a kanji for old geezer, old man.
okay.
I give him that. I'd be like, "What's up, GG?" But
Well, I'm not
I
gonna
don't. I
make this
don't.
a roast session for BGS, but no,
Yeah.
it's interesting. And yeah, I do find it a little off-putting. I was asked very young,
Yes, sir.
by a woman who won't eat my ass. I don't really have a desire to have my ass eaten.
No, I mean, like,
So
yeah, that's what I was gonna get
yeah,
into. Yeah,
so I do understand
bro.
why you were put off by that. Well, I don't
No, I
want to
mean,
get
yeah,
too deep into
because every corn video I see, like when I just want to, and that's like once every fucking 2-3 weeks, and every time, damn it, I'm like, oh my god, bitch, why is he raising up? Why is he doing the what Fantastic say? Why is he giving the Lamborghini legs? Why is he doing that? Raising his legs up and shit, so she can eat his ass. I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, yeah, I can't even watch porn now. Then I gotta go back and watch the old shit.
No, I watch it. I mean, I don't watch that part. I think my algorithm is set to just avoid that. So
Yeah, because I got the
yeah,
free
I
shit,
think my algorithm is set to avoid
VPN.
that. Yeah.
Make sure
But
you get VPN.
no, it's not my cup of tea, but I understand that there are men out there that like it. Um, so fellas, would you say that when we talked about like the country with the highest concentration of beautiful women, and I mentioned Ethiopia, would you say that the country, whatever country you believe have that highest concentration, for you traveled brothers, would you say that those are black countries, are primary black countries?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Which country do you believe have the highest concentration of beautiful women?
Oh, Brazil.
And
Okay.
yeah, I was gonna say, in my experience, Brazil, and I want to say Venezuela, ironically, because I've
Yeah.
met a lot of Venezuelans in Colombia.
I have two.
I mean, is it tied between Colombia and Brazil? Because boy, that that that
Everybody say
that even tone copper skin, boy, man, that shit look delicious,
to,
son.
to me, I would say, I'm gonna be honest, I would say for a runner up, it would be Brazil, and then runner up would be like France, because it's a mixture of everything. I mean, I always say this to people: the best looking African woman leave and go to Paris to
now
model.
a second that I would say is kind of out of my league, I haven't figured out how to approach it yet, is Middle Eastern women.
Really?
Oh,
Like yeah, Bahrain, Qatar,
oh,
Dubai.
Lebanon, yeah, Beirut over there.
Yeah, they baddies, but I ain't never had no experiences with them.
They're bad here. Some women look good here, but when you go back to where they came from, they be regular.
Yeah,
But
Brazil.
you're saying that
I
they
would
look good
look
in
for
their
that.
country?
Yeah, yeah. From what I've seen,
Okay.
but you
I
don't see them alone. They always either with a group of females or with their family or with the husband.
I was gonna say I think Brazil has the most diversity. Like
I agree.
anything that you want is there. It'll be like going to a candy store, bro. Like, it literally is like any type of candy you ever thought existed is there in Brazil, and it's not just Rio. Like it's just from I just man, it's just mestizo. You talking about
Well, not
karaoke?
just that. Go for it.
Oh no. But yeah, like I mean, you talking about from the darkest of dark to like the lightest of light, and in between, and in between the in betweens. So
Well,
it's
what's
just
interesting about Brazil is that the mosquitoes don't look a certain way, which is what set them aside from places like Colombia and stuff like that. Um, they like have whole different types of mosquitoes, like the dark skin with natural blue, green eyes, or the ones that look completely white with natural dreads. Like, like their black white mixture DNA just wound up all over the place in a good way. That being said, as far as South American women go, I would probably have to side with Marcus and say Venezuelans.
What about the
I've never
chick in the
been to
link I sent
Venezuela.
you? The
Okay, I'll
Brazilian
check it
chick.
out. Yeah. I never been to Venezuela, but the immigrant population in other places that I've been, including Dominican Republic, um, is is key. And one thing I noticed about Venezuelans is that I think that they think that they're the hot chick of Afro Latinas. You want to know how I know this? Because when they give me their number, they put the word Venezuelan next to their name.
Yeah, to put that extra
Like,
off
just to
on it.
remind you, I'm Venezuelan. It's almost like they behave the way black women feel light skinned women behave.
right.
Like, my name is
I haven't
Chantel Light Skinned.
experienced it.
I've experienced that. I was like, why are you putting? Because we were in the first time it happened to me, we were in a Dominican, and I'm like, why did you put Venezuelan in your name? Does that you're an attractive woman? But that doesn't make me want to fuck you more. Like, what was that about? They do that. They make it a point when they introduce themselves as if I care, that they're Venezuelan. I was in Medellin, and it was a group of four girls. I approached, try to shoot my shot. Turns out that they're prostitutes, and I was like, okay, and they gave me a number, and it was like, but I'm Venezuelan. Like, they kept just saying that we're Venezuelan.
Mm.
Why do you keep saying that?
I think to make that distinction between the Colombianas, I'm not sure. That's
Why do
happened to
they
me
think
in
I care?
conversations.
Yeah, that no, this
It's a
was
good
conversation.
question.
I'm telling, like,
No, I'm saying
why do
like,
they
but
think
yeah,
that
they
I
never
care?
put. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. But I've never had that experience where they saved the number and put Venezuelan by the way. But it would just
No,
come
just
up
say,
like
by the
after
way,
I
it said like Maria Venezuelan.
I know, yeah, that's why I'm laughing. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like, they got to put their signature on it. No, I would
yeah.
just be attracted and start a conversation or get in contact with them, and I'm just looking at some attractive Latina. Then later they mention like, oh, well, I'm not Colombian, I'm Venezuelan. I'm like, oh, okay. This is a reoccurring thing. Like every time I think I got the baddest Colombian is a Venezuelan.
Yeah. I will admit that you do perk up more when you hear certain things. I remember when I first seen, what's her name? Like Rosie Perez. Rosie Perez. I was like, what the fuck is that? On Do the Right Thing. And they was doing like the whole thing, fight the power. And she had the boxing gloves and the titties was bouncing. I was like, what the hell is that? That's not Mexican. It was something I've never seen, but we don't have those. I'm in California. We don't really have Dominicans here. We have Mexicans. So I was like,
Right.
what the hell is that? And I like it. And I was like, Dominican. So every time, like later when I got older and I heard someone was Dominican, I'm like, ooh, shit, Dominican. I know what that is. That's a Rosie Perez thing. So maybe they're going for that type of effect. Like they're making it clear, like, I'm not like the other Spanish that you meet. I'm Venezuelan. That's what they sounded like to me. That crap was funny. So apparently it is a country that's going through a lot of hardship, including the ones that we're putting on them now, and a lot of beautiful women, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of people have told me that. A lot of people.
Wait,
told
she's
me
Puerto
that.
Rican? I could have swore she was Dominican. Somebody said she's Puerto Rican.
She's Puerto Rican. No, yeah.
There was this one Venezuelan model that was on one of Drake's videos.
For over 20 years.
Because of her accent.
Are you kidding me?
From New York.
She's been Dominican. No, somebody told me they lied.
Somebody
told me when I was very young. I'd never heard the word Dominican before. I swear.
Who's Dominican? It's the girl that was in the movie with Ray Allen and Denzel, Jesus Shuttleworth. I think she's Dominican. I forgot her name.
I don't know what that movie is. Somebody told me that Rosie Perez was Dominican, and I believed them for a long ass time. Until right now. But my bad. My bad.
Rosario Dawson, I think it is. Yeah, Rosario Dawson. She's
Oh.
But she's
so they got similar names.
There's some Venezuelan models though too. It looks decent. Some are tall. This one tall chick, boy, she looked good too. She was in one of Drake's videos.
Yeah, that's true. All right, y'all have any final thoughts? I'm about to shut down.
Brothers, stop dick policing. Stop hating on man traveling, and be more happy for your fellow man and receive joy from his joy.
Agreed.
I want to second what that brother said. That's all I got to say. And thank you for having us on.
I want to say ditto to that too. And brothers, try to learn another language too. It don't help. It doesn't hurt. Just work on it every day. And you never know. You meet a nice chick. I say either try to learn Spanish, Portuguese, or French, and you'll be surprised at the wonders it do. That's about it. But thank you for having me on.
Yeah, right, thanks for having me on, brother.
Appreciate it.
Right, yeah, and check out that link too in the back too. That Brazilian chick. At least look at her thumbnails and see what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll check out all the links.
All right, brother.
Okay, all right, peace. And yeah, with that, yes, don't dick police and don't allow yourself to be dick policed. Let these Anton Daniels type dudes of the world know that you have no jurisdiction here. You have no jurisdiction over my dick. You cannot dictate what my dick takes. Let them know. And let them know that their shaming tactics more than anything is not going to work. Oh, you're not cool. You're not player. You're not hood. What about what the OGs is? Leave that noise at wherever it is you come from, in the clouds. Leave that noise on Cloud City. I do not care what you think is hood or what's player or what's boss or what's G or whatever colloquialism you could come up with. I don't care. And let them know that. I do it because I wanna. Let them know. You don't have to live up to their standards of what they perceive to be cool, because guess what? Their standards seem to always require female validation, meaning that the women determine if you're cool or not. I'm not going to live by that rule or that standard. With that, oh, wait a minute. I missed a super chat. My bad. I want to catch them all, like Ash Ketchum. Okay, sorry about that, brother. Ray Loneless said, been a passport bro for 3 years. Hey, congratulations, brother. And it's the best decision I've made. That's what's up. I have several options in the States, but the return on investment from my lady in the DR is dollars. Okay. I don't know if that's supposed to mean something else with the dollar signs. You're saying that your investment with your girl in the DR is getting you dollars or saving you dollars. I guess that's where the disconnect is. Um, because I would agree that it is a savior in dollars in dealing with international women because quite frankly, it costs less time, money, and energy. And most important time to seduce and sustain with most women overseas and otherwise. So absolutely, if you find yourself in that situation where you can buy a stove and be treated like a king, but you can spend that same $200 to get a woman's nails done, and she treats you like crap, or maybe let you hit it one time on some starfish stuff. Then yeah, you're not getting the return on investment here than you are there. Um, Unfortunately, there's a large financial need from Western women that they look to you to fulfill that they're not really returning what the cost suggests. So, absolutely. Thank you for that. Leave no super chat and cash app behind. With that said, I want to thank the super chats and cash apps, the members, managers, and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat. Hit the like button on your way out. And this is Game Changer 00100. Game over. Peace.